Honors of Bangalore. I know it's taken time to come to Electronic City, but thank you for being here today, and I'm sure the experience will make up for it. So my name is Christine, and I'm part of the NASCOM Foundation. I work with the DNI along with Roy here. So we'll kickstart this event. Welcome you all. We're very thrilled to have each and every one of you joining us today. I hope you have had your breakfast. If not, there are some yummy treats. So grab some and come back to your life. We understand that communication can be a challenge for those who are deaf, and part of your made sure that we have sign language interpreters and captioning services to ensure that everyone is able to participate. So we have two screens here. On to my right.
You're so far away from me.
We look forward to
So far, I just can't see.
are engaged and happy.
You're so far away from me.
Just to call out another important
You're
thing,
so far
here on my right. We have an entrance here, and at the back is very close to in case anyone wants to use it the time of day. So on that note, I'll probably introduce our
I'm tired of
panelists
being
today.
in love and
We
being
have
all alone.
Nidhi Basin, who's the CEO
you're so
of
far
foundation. Unfortunately, couldn't be here with us today
Tired of
physically,
making
but we
out
do have a
on the
video that she sent
telephone.
across. So if you could just
Cause
take
you're so far away from me. You're so far away from me. You're so far, I just
On behalf of NASCOM Foundation and the organizers hosting this conference, I would like to extend my warm welcome to all the leaders of the conference. Happy to see you all. The Indian Constitution guarantees all individuals equality, freedom, justice and dignity, and mandates an inclusive society for all, including people with disabilities. In recent years, there have been significant and constructive improvements in society's perception of people with disabilities. It has been recognized that the majority of people with disabilities have equal chances and adequate access to reclamation procedures. They can lead a better life. There are around 63 million persons in India who have significant auditory impairment, with an estimated prevalence of 6.3%. 4 out of every 1,000 youngsters have severe to profound hearing loss. Most individuals do not consider deaf persons in the workplace in their day-to-day lives, probably because many of us have never worked with or been exposed to a deaf person before. Using technology in today's hybrid work style can also be difficult, with buffering, unseen sound, and background noise picked up on a microphone. Deaf employees must work significantly harder to demonstrate their worth during the application and interview process. Today's discussion will help organizations in understanding the difficulties that the deaf community has in obtaining and retaining work and what is currently being done. The conversation will also delve into how businesses, in particular, and the government might strive to make this underserved group more accessible. There is so much that we as a community, leaders and society must do to bridge the gap and provide equitable opportunity for the deaf population. Anchored in the philosophy of inclusion for all and a firm belief that technology is a powerful enabler, we at NASCOM Foundation are excited to host this conference on empowering the deaf, which brings together real-life experiences, strategies, best practices, and solutions to develop professional possibilities for the deaf at the workplace and beyond. I hope you all are able to take away profound learnings, and I wish you all delegates and participants a fruitful conference. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Nidhi, although she wasn't here with us physically. We also have our keynote speaker, Rashmi Vikram, currently with us, who heads the Denso International, which is, and then she's a chief equity officer, and she's very passionate about this whole cause. And she says deafness itself is not much of an issue for hearing impaired people. but the society's hesitation to accommodate to their needs by providing interpreters, captioning, etc. So thank you, Rashmi, for being with us today. I'm looking forward to this session as well. And we also have Roy Thomas, who is the lead with NASCOM Foundation with DNI, and we have him today as well. Equally passionate and very excited to share this space with all of you today. So on that note, I will hand it over to Roy, hand it over to Rashmi, who will take us through. Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Nobody's had breakfast, I guess. I'm only representing a part of the community and sharing some of the perspectives that I've seen as a journey that I've had from 2005 in this space. So I may not be representing the entire truth, maybe only part of it. And I'm sure during the day today, our fantastic panelists can actually share some light into this journey. 2005, when I started at Thomson Reuters, when I just spoke about disability inclusion, people would just look at my face and say, what does it mean? Because in those days, when we speak about diversity and inclusion, gender was the first thing that would come into people's mind, right? And when we speak about disability, they would say, I'm okay with hiring someone with a locomotor disability, but the minute I say hearing impairment, visual impairment, cerebral palsy, or any of the other aspects of disability, there would be hesitation. Hesitation in the form of not outright no, but dialogues that we usually hear saying, I don't want to set them up for failure. Can you create a career path? And the question that I used to ask was, do you create a career path for every able-bodied employee that you hire in your teams? And that I wouldn't get an answer for that, but what really helped, and I think my conversation with Mohan really helped me understand, is if we have one leader, or if we have a group of leaders who say, yes, let's go ahead and hire, then that's a start to the journey, right? And most of us here today would agree that once the journey starts, then you will see the results. And like any other employee, a person with disability also can either make it or break it in the organization, right? So that's something that I've seen. Another aspect that I've seen is a lot of challenges that people think that they have, right? General challenges could be the accessibility. It could also be mindset, or it could also be the fact that sometimes we forget to include, right? And that are some of the general challenges that we see. But beyond that, you will see the challenges in the mindset of people, challenges in assumptions, assuming that the person cannot do a certain type of role. I've seen some folks ask me, what kind of roles should I have for a hearing impaired person? What kind of question is that, right? And the other big challenge that I see would be accessibility to education, accessibility to roles, accessibility to role models, right? Some of those challenges are things that can be easily accommodated if we put our mind to it. If we don't, then that doesn't move forward at all, right? One of the other questions that I get asked a lot, and I'm sure the organizers here today, including Arun or folks from gift-abled DOAC will always hear, is that what is the business case for hiring people with disability? For anything around diversity and inclusion, that's the first thing people ask. What is the business case? My answer to most of them has been that business case usually revolves around three things. The first one is the war for talent. All companies are struggling to fill their positions with unique talent. Everybody is asked to hire diverse talent. So if you don't focus on people with disabilities, then that's one big chunk of disabled or talented folks that you're missing out. The second aspect of business case comes with market share. Market share meaning the buying power of any of the diverse groups that you're looking at hiring. It could be even people with disability. If you are a company that is not seen as being inclusive of people with disability, just imagine how many people from the community will stop buying your products. So that's a market share that you're losing out. And the third thing that I always tell companies is around compliance and risk and reputation. India is one of the companies where there is some law around hiring for people with disabilities. Other than that, equal opportunity policies, discrimination, all of them are chances for getting into a compliance issue or losing your reputation as a brand in the market. So that's another area why companies have to focus on. If these three things are met, a simple business case is very easy for all of us to convince our leaders, our brands to lean in to the cause of people with disability. Now today's topic, and this is something that's so close to my heart, is around the topic of hearing impairment. And for me, being in the corporate space, I always look at allyship for both aspects, a person with hearing as well as a hearing impaired person. But when I started this journey, a very interesting aspect happened. I was invited to Adarsh College. I don't know if many of you know about Adarsh College. Adarsh College has got a batch entirely of people with hearing impairment. I don't know if there are any classmates from Adarsh College here. Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah, so it was a very fun class. The teacher was someone who I had met at a NASCOM conference. And the teacher said, we need somebody to come and speak to the students because many of them don't complete their 12th education. So when I went in, ignorant that I was, I asked them, why aren't you studying? You will get so many jobs and all of that. And there were two different perspectives I heard. One, they didn't know what kind of jobs were out there once they complete their 12th, should they complete their graduation. And there was another perspective which was really stunning for me because this kid told me that I can't hear. That means I cannot understand a lot of information that the hearing people can, and hence my mind or the brain space is smaller. That was how this child had interpreted hearing loss. And that's when I realized that a person who is hearing impaired by birth would be quite different to someone who's lost the hearing during their adulthood, etc. And that was something that Arun really brought to life when he explained the challenges of linguistic abilities that you get post hearing loss at the age of say 16 to something that is at the early stage. Coming back to Adarsh College, I had two of my friends from Thomson Reuters who were working in two different departments. And I said, you will get jobs. I have two of my friends who are hearing impaired who are here with me. And one of the questions they asked him was, do you get coffee for others in the office? I said, no, that's not his role. And they spoke about their role. One was in the accounts team, and the other one is in the MIS team. And the students were really fascinated. They asked questions more in terms of, how do you communicate with others in your team? Do you have team meetings? Right? And do you go to team outings? How do you have lunch meetings? These are small things that we take for granted if you are a hearing person, right? And that was a start of a fantastic journey that I've had from multiple groups. I've seen people in one of my previous organizations, someone who had a hearing loss due to a disease later in stage. That person was so hesitant because they were embarrassed that they lost their hearing. And they were trying to overcompensate that because they felt that others in the team would look down upon them. So that showed us that allyship is such an important aspect in this journey, right? So how do we communicate with someone? How do we help them in this journey? Because in that process, you are also going through that, right? And we are all, like what Prarthana from Giftabled speaks, we are all temporarily abled bodies. Anything can happen to us at any point of life. So this impacts all of us. And hence the reason why we are here today. The panelists that we have lined up are fantastic. They have examples of how they've battled some of these challenges. And in the process, we can also share with you some of the not so happy moments as well, because everything is not rosy. There are challenges, there are struggles, but it's not an impossible journey. It is a possible journey only if you're all willing to take a step. So I hope all of you are ready to join us in this journey today. Ask as many questions as you can, and we'll surely try to answer them, and hopefully continue this to make sure that there are meaningful jobs out there for everyone to be included. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We're very sorry we started late, and it's been very crazy for us, some of us, trying to put things together. So honestly, I don't have a script to read from. I wish I could have made a script this morning, but unfortunately not. But I think I do better without a script. So I am representing NASCOM Foundation today, so I lead the diversity and inclusion there. And we're very proud to be associated with a group of change makers for this cause. For a long time, we've been invested in the space of inclusion. We've been doing global inclusion summits for the last 15 years. And, having gone through all the journey, the deaf community is a space that does not have a lot of attention paid to, because 4 out of 1,000 kids are deaf impaired or hearing impaired, right? So, the whole reason why we associated with Signable, ASLI, NAD, and DOC is to make this whole experience meaningful for all of you who are here. And this wasn't a conference that we opened up to a large audience. We were very selective in bringing the right set of people, folks from the HR teams and D&I teams, to really understand what deaf inclusion means. So I'm going to take probably 1 or 2 minutes to talk through what to look forward to, in today's conference. I think for me personally, this is beyond a conference. This is more of an experience. The way we've curated this whole long day is beyond just, exposing you to some panel discussions. This is real life experiences, right? So before that, I would like to just share a small little story about myself. My experience and introduction to the deaf community. It was probably when I was about 4 years old. My best friend was deaf. And I grew up in a very remote village in Bangalore. So, and there were no other kids who were of my age. The only person that would spend a lot of time with me, wait for me when I come back from school, is this deaf guy. And he was the most ignored in that entire village or the society, right? Nobody knew how to communicate with him. They just looked at him as a deaf child, good for nothing. But I think him and I had our own sign language. And at that point, I did not even know that there was a sign language, right? And I think that's a great experience for me to be introduced to the deaf community, and how him and I had a bond, and how we grew up. And I even remember when, maybe when he was about 10 years old, one of the Italian priests who was there got him a hearing aid. Unfortunately, it didn't work because it was too loud for him. But I remember the joy of him hearing the sound for the first time. And I was so excited, I would run behind him and then do this to see if, his name was Maruti, to see if Maruti is actually looking around. And it was amazing. And I was his personal interpreter throughout, because nobody in the village or the community could really understand what he was trying to say. If somebody had to tell him something important, it had to be me. Right? And then we lost connect and whatnot. And then I met him 8, 9, 10 years later, very recently in early 2019, 20, just before the pandemic. I met him, and then he turned out to be a farmer. So he was working in the fields. He got married, he had a kid, and all of that. And that's around the time I got into the D&I space. And I was looking at how to bring him or create a livelihood for him. You know, how do I change his life? And then the pandemic hit, and this is the sad part. And I think this is what the entire deaf community would go through. The lack of communication. They're not involved in the world. They're actually not connected to what is happening. You know, what is important for you and I is very different for them. They don't care about environmental issues. Why? Because the basics are not met. You know, there's no basic communication for them to be, you know, accepted anywhere in the society. And it's a big problem. And what happened to Maruti is, the pandemic hit, he had a fever, he had to be locked up in the room, he could not explain what was happening to him. So we lost him in the first phase of pandemic. But during the postmortem, they found out that the reason for his death was not COVID. It was a lump that formed on his thigh. And then the infection caught onto his body. And that's how he passed away. You know, and this poor boy could not scream from the room or even communicate to anyone, right? So I'm just saying, this is just an example because, you know, we never realize what these marginalized communities go through at times. And we're talking about workplace inclusion for the deaf. Just imagine, they don't come from the kind of educational background, and we try to integrate them into the tech workplace today. And there's so much that we all can do. And that's exactly why, like I said, you know, you all are privileged to be here, to be a part of this conference. And with some of the veterans from the deaf community here, we're trying to curate a really amazing day. And before I leave the stage, handing over to the next speaker, I would like to tell another story about this person who started deaf inclusion about 34 years back. You know, 34 years back, speaking in big forums. One of the persons to start the deaf inclusion in India. You know, if you remember back in the 90s, Doordarshan had interpretation in the news. How many of you have seen interpretation of Doordarshan? Yeah, a lot of you. Yeah, even I remember seeing that as a kid, but hardly understood why they're doing this and what's happening and all of that. So this person who was there, he was introduced to the deaf community when he had a child who was born deaf. And then 34 years, you know, I was talking to him, and then he said he was working for 2 years in a row every weekend trying to build deaf inclusion and deaf communities back in the 90s when we don't even know what inclusion was, when inclusion wasn't even a buzzword, right? So from there, he built 78 deaf clubs. He's interpreted for, you know, many presidents, prime ministers, large forums, represented many countries and whatnot. You know, this is just an example, okay? And I think I wouldn't do justice to the entire story and the experience. I think the person that I'm talking about is here with us. So with that, I would like to call upon Arun C. Rao, who is the president of NAD and also the founder of Association of All Sign Language Interpreters of India.
Good morning, everybody. And now that Roy has embarrassed me enough, I think I'll just take a break and say cheers. How's everybody doing this morning? Good? Okay, so half his facts are wrong, you know that, right? Don't worry about it, it's fine. My daughter is deaf. She is now 36. And yes, I was on Doordarshan 1994 to 2005. I used to joke and say there are 3 ladies and 1 tari. And that was the line. I give you one. I believe in stories, and I'm not into jargon and talking about fancy things and fancy words. If I tell you a story, like Roy's story about a boy who had a boil, who became gangrenous, died of sepsis in the middle of COVID, because nobody had the guts to go and check on him and check on the situation. Like, what a story is that? That was a boil. Such a simple thing to take care of. The kid died. That story will never leave my mind. He told me that story months ago. The idea is, if we have simple stories like this, we are not stupid people. We can extrapolate and realize, how can we develop this into a policy, into a thinking, into an attitude, into an approach that will benefit us and everybody else around us to do better in these areas in the future. So I have a story that I remember always for interpreting, and we are here, and I remember my first time on stage interpreting. Sardar Beyond Singh, Chief Minister of Punjab, was on stage. Social Welfare Advisory Board, 3,000 people standing, 400 deaf people were there. It was a mela at Talkura Gardens, and Chief said, Madam said, please Arun, you go and sign for him. So Sardarji is standing there. I'm standing here, and I'm signing. Now Sardarji stops talking and starts looking at me like this. And they looked back behind me, and he started talking again. And 4 of his commandos came, caught hold of me, threw me in the back of the stage, said, what are you doing? A pistol in my head. Like, what are you doing over here? What are you doing? No, I'm the interpreter, I'm doing sign language. Then, by art means, I had to explain to them what I was doing on stage, why I was, waving my hands around and all. And they said, okay, fine, you go back there. So I was back there. There's one commando here, one commando here, one commando here with AK-47s, making sure I don't shoot the Chief Minister with sign language. So I come from that era. I'm going to be soon a dinosaur. I probably already am a dinosaur. But that's where I started my journey into sign language, into interpreting, into doing what we think today is inclusion, and we have all these. The language has changed so much since then. Inclusion. Inclusion came to India in 2005, 2006. There was right before Abbey Olympics, I remember, 2007. And since then we are including people, doing this and this. But inclusion isn't such a big of a deal. My first hire, the person I first gave a deaf person to hire, was in 1994. At that time, I knew nothing about computers. I interpreted a class for a teacher to teach computers. We were using 8386 with 4 MB of RAM, and we thought we were the cat's pajamas, And they learned Lotus 123 and DBase 3 and Word Star, all DOS programs. And even those, I did not even know the first thing about those either. So I was just interpreting what he said, and the kids learned. Then I had a donor of ours, to run the organization called the Deaf Way back in the day. A donor of ours, I went to him, I said, see, listen, it's like this. We have these kids who learn computers, want to give them jobs. So why don't you take this girl, keep her for a month. If you like this girl and she likes you, 1 month, no commitment, both sides, you give her a chance and she gives you a chance, because you might like to work over here. He said, what should she do? I said, see, boys, she has learned these programs, I do not know. He said, can I teach her tally? I said, teaching is very done by show and tell. You say like this, like this, like this, like this, and then she will copy you. After 10 times you show her, the 11th time she will do it herself and she'll be fine. So you try. If you're willing to give time and effort, she will learn anything you want to learn. No problem. He said, okay, fine. 15 days later, and he said, what about her talking to her? I said, sir, I gave him a sign language, A, B, C, D, alphabet chart. I said, if she comes, you can just point out like this quickly, and she'll figure out, you'll write a little bit back and forth and see. You'll figure it out, don't worry. They want the job also, they will try to figure it out. Okay, fine. We give her a fair chance. 15 days later, he said, you have to come and see me right immediately now. I said, my God, something has happened to this hire now. You know, and God knows what has happened to this deaf girl. So I went there. And he said, Arun, sit. You can't take this girl anywhere. You can't take her anywhere. He said, 1 month after 1 month she'll go, and she's not going anywhere. I said, why? He said, she's filled in the past 15 days 4 years of bills and invoices into the computer, and only she knows where it is. So if you take her away, we don't know what is happening with this thing. So you can't take her anywhere. See, that is what happens. That is inclusion. All the fundas in the world will not solve this problem. She went in there, she was given a shot, she sat there, she nailed the whole thing. He said, I want one more person. So I gave him one more. After 1 month, what happened? The previous month, they had 5 data entry operators, all hearing. Then one came, he deaf. Then 15 days later, one more deaf came. At the end of that 1 month, they fired those 5 in data operators. There were only deaf data operators in the office. All 5 were fired. They literally fired them. I was shocked. I said, you fired them? He said, we can accompany these guys, no problem. Chalega. Those 2 stayed there, got married. And when the company went bankrupt 14 years later, they were recommended to other places, his friends, and they're still working now. So this happens when you understand, give somebody a break, give somebody a chance. These kids had class 10th. Other boy was class 9th. I think he did 10th and 12th from open school while he was working. But he was doing tally, he was doing the job. What had to be done was done. You didn't need to hire an MBA for that. Cut them some slack, give them a break. They do really well, amazingly well. If I could have the whole day, I would stand here and tell you 25, 30 stories like this. Because this has been my life. It's stories upon stories upon stories of people who have been making it in difficult circumstances, tough ways, and how simple people with common sense treated them nicely, included them in their lives, helped them out, and they're fine. I think that's the essence. If you can get this out of today, I'll be thrilled, because you just have to understand it from the simplest, basic, most human level of yourself. Okay, I have a vested interest. My daughter is deaf, okay. It's true, my daughter is deaf. But 1.4% of fathers in the world learn sign language. So my daughter is deaf, it's true. But the motivation to help deaf people, I could have helped my daughter and been done with it. So I have a further, much more deeper motivation for that. Because I really feel this is something that God has brought me to. This space, this is where I am. And I tried to go away, but I'm back. Yeah, 25 years down the line, I published a magazine for 20 years called The Deaf Way. Went all over the country. Founded the World Association of Interpreters. Founded the NAD. Founded ASLI. I knew Rama before she founded the DEOC. So we are all connected from virtually 30 years. And it gives me great joy to be here today because this is a dream of mine for almost 30 years. When I went to that guy and said, take this girl to my first hire, I told you, I was thinking we should do with companies, big companies. This little guy, he just gives me 1,000 rupees a month or something. He should give a donation to our organization. My first BPO hire was in 2002. I got a call from the HR head, went there, a 26-year-old girl. I said, oh, what's going on? She said, don't you have some deaf people? We can hire some deaf people who can do some data entry or something like that. I said, why not? Sure, we can give you some people. What do you do with them? How do you communicate with them? I said, don't worry, we'll come there, we'll learn something, we'll learn some sign from that person only. We'll see, bring a couple of them, let's see. So I gave her one. That chap is a very jovial, friendly, upbeat kind of a guy. So they loved him. Then they went off somewhere doing ropes training and everything to Dehradun. and came back. They loved him, really amazing. They said, I want more. I gave her 6 more. There's 7 of them still there, 20 years later. And at that time I thought, if only we could put all the HR guys in one room and brainwash them. That would be so cool. And here you are. So don't drink the Kool-Aid, people. It's laced. No, seriously. See, like somebody said earlier, when we talk about inclusion, it was equal opportunity. Equal opportunity meant gender. There was a big black stripe there. Then disability, we kind of shoved our way in with Javed and all of us fighting for equal rights for disabled people. They became disabled people. Then it became the LGBTQ community. Then it becomes even other diversities, small towns, older people, younger people, less qualified, more qualified, etc., etc. So now what used to be one fat stripe is a barcode. It's a barcode now. There are fat stripes, there are thin stripes, there are double stripes. It's a barcode. Diversity is now a barcode, because that's the whole idea of diversity, it's diverse. Then in that whole bloody barcode, I have one line. In that one line, I have half a line, because as Rashmi said correctly, late deafened, not included, hard of hearing, not included. Deaf people who use sign language. That's half a line. To get all of you people here to talk about half a line in the diversity space, I think it's a miracle of God, really. Because I never imagined it would happen. I've been waiting for this to happen for 30 years. So thank you all for coming. I really appreciate your presence here. Thank you so very much. I'm just going to stay on stage because the next panel is mine. I want to introduce you to some amazing people next panel and talk about, again, experiences that deaf people are going through. Is somebody going to put these chairs on board? Each deaf person, each individual in the world has their own life experience, their own environment. They grow up in their own way. They live in their own way. They've had their own family experiences. They have their own office experiences. They have their own schooling experiences. They have their own social experiences. Everybody is different, surely. At the same time, we tend to see people as a group when they come to disabled people. This is deaf, this is blind, this is thing. So they're blind means they are labeled in the sense that there's far more to blindness than just saying they're blind. They also have the same diverse experiences, right? Similarly, deaf people, in that barcode we talked about, deaf people are the ones with one very clear, very important, very unique factor. Anybody know what that is? Come on, anybody know? Out of the entire barcode, from women, gender, this, that, LGBTQ, disability, blind, visually impaired, locomotor impaired, neurodiverse, etc., 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 the entire barcode, one thing sets that half line completely apart, completely apart, indisputably apart. What is that? Yeah. Susmita, next to you, somebody was raising the hand. No? Anybody? It is that everybody else uses the normal common language, whatever it may be. That half line in China, in Russia, in Argentina, in India, and anywhere else, it uses sign language. So including other people doesn't have this critical element involved. Critical element. And there lies the issue, which is why we wanted to have a meeting like this, talk about solutions, needs, problems, issues, etc. So for the first person I want to call up on stage is Mr. Saju Stephen, the Secretary of the National Association of the Deaf. Saju. Saju is also the founder of the Bhopal Deaf Association, 1994. Alumni of the Lady Noise School for the Deaf, one of the oldest schools in the country, and a very dear old friend of mine. Next up would be Ms. Preeti Soni, founder of the Deaf.
Arun, you're leaving us and going, and you want us to do everything by ourselves. So, and I said that I'm going to start Ashley and go on with work there.
But now, the important thing is that we have 18 million deaf. And deaf people, it's important that 100% communication is a failure. They see, yeah, deaf people dress good, okay, but their communication is a big failure, and that makes them feel so down. And hearing people just see deaf from the outside perspective, but I think being a deaf, I think 100% includes education. We do not have teachers with sign language. They only do speech. And how can a deaf person learn? So can they hear? No. So that is where I learned.
So in school you were not taught sign language? How were you given the jobs then? So how can people look at what you have studied and what your education level is and then give jobs, right? So how can they do it? So there is no access to education for the deaf, right? So you just mug and you just copy and mug and fudge and write and just produce, and you're out there with a certificate. But many teachers even help write for the deaf students also, so that they can just get through the grades. So if the teachers teach in sign, then the student is able to understand. But because that is not there, deaf students are not able to study well, their education level.
So education,
Yes,
when it
down.
becomes a failure, going back to home from school also becomes a failure. So coming out of their education sector, talking to their friends just, don't include them into their cricket team. No. And then when we go to our family, we do not have a happy time. So they just say, go, you're not included in our cricket team. See, Now after getting a job, we don't get a job because there's a communication barrier. We have to write down things and there's no time for it. And I feel, accessibility, including accessibility and having this PWD 2016 Act is so very great. No, but there's no action being taken. But showing this accessibility, I think, I hope government makes some changes.
So in the RPWD Act, there is articles and clauses on accessibility. Government has done its part, but the deaf are not asking for accessibility. In hospitals, is there access for the deaf? Is there an interpreter? Everything is in written form. The law has put it very clearly in black and white. And if you slap the person, then they put you in jail, right? So there's law for that. So where is the law for this? You're not supposed to harm anybody, get violent. Yes, there's the clause, and if you don't obey, law punishes, right? You're punishable under law. So what about access? So people are to give access. Government has to give us access to the deaf. And within the home, family environment also, we need access, but that's completely lacking. There's no access whatsoever in families of deaf people. Who has access in their family, in their home environment? Preeti Soni, because her parents are deaf. So she has about 16 relatives that are deaf in their immediate families. So that's a mini deaf world right there, and they're all conversing in sign all the time, and they're just so very happy. But then once they open the door to peek outside, oh, there's no access. So there's nothing whatsoever. So they prefer to have the door shut and be in their own little world. And it's difficult when they get out of that world. So Preeti, here, share your story with us.
Thank you all. I'm so happy is because all the hearing from the many corporates up here, and I'm grateful for your time and your acceptance for being here. So my name is Preeti. My sign is this. I work in Deaf Can Foundation. So I am a general secretary, as well as I am a secretary in NAD as well as I work in Signable. So my parents are deaf. I have my siblings also hearing impaired. I have my whole family, and I don't need to be sad because we just speak in sign language. My parents know my details because my sister, I speak to my sibling in sign language, and I speak to my relatives in sign language because I have 16 members. But the biggest challenge here is that I remember when I was 7 years old, I started with a health issue. So I got skin, rashes, skin pieces. So I had a very hard time, and I called upon my parents, telling them I'm having a hard time, and my parents were like, I have a friend there, come, let's go. I was like, okay, and then I accompanied them to the hospital. And then when I told rashes, my parents insisted me to go and talk to the doctor, And then, because my parents were illiterate, they just studied 5th standard, and I was like, you don't know to write and read? My parents were like, you go to school, right? You go and talk to the doctor. I'm like, what? I'm just 7 years old. How will I communicate or write down things to the doctor? Because my teacher also never taught me in sign language. That 7 years taking up in responsibility was like very frustrating. My parents were like, go. And then I went to the doctor and I told, I'm having this issue, I'm having a stomach pain. And then doctor was like, what? And I was like, skin. He was like, doctor, what? This one? That one? I was like, So, and then you don't talk, you don't hear. You also don't talk, you also don't hear. You also? Okay. And then doctor was like, okay, chup, chup. Okay, calm down, I'll write down something. I was like, okay. And then they wrote me in a paper and then gave me that piece of paper. And I went to the pharmacy. And then when I showed it to them, they gave me the medicine. I was like, okay, thank you. And then when I got back home, so you know that liquid medicine, right? So it looks very similar, like a tonic, right? We all know about syrups. So I thought it was syrup as well. So I took it and then I started, puking it out very badly. I wasn't feeling good. My health wasn't stable. My parents were like, what happened to you? What happened? I was like, I don't know. And this medicine is not good. I was crying so badly. And then my parents got me a second doctor for a second opinion. And when I went, to apply in your skin. And I was like, oh no, I drank it. I thought it was a syrup. But the doctor was like, it is a lotion. I felt so bad, so sad, coming back home. I was just pondering on what happened. Having my parents as a deaf, there's no accessibility in hospital. Even if I call my relatives, they give some excuses saying, I have to go there. So I don't have any help from my relatives. Being 7 years old girl, I had to do all by myself. It was so frustrating, so depressed. So going to hospitals, I am not with very good health background. I have a lot of health barriers, but this is very short story that I said you. And then the second story goes like this. When I was 18 years old, I think above 18, I was actually searching for a job. So I went for a computer training and they told me this is that. I was like, okay, copy paste, okay, copy paste. I was like, copy paste, okay, fine. I copy pasted it and then they were like, wow, shabash, you did a great job. And I was so happy to have that appreciation. I thought, okay, I'm doing great. But I wasn't able to understand it so completely because there was no any sign language accessibility. It was so very hard.
Okay, just a second. Did you finish your schooling? Is this after, in school, were you taught in sign language? So Preeti says no, we were taught in gestures.
It was only gestures.
So were you taught that this is, okay, this object, this is such and such object? Were you given the sign for that, the word, the vocabulary? Were you taught?
No. All the teachers, I think, only one teacher will do the sign. And the other teachers, no.
What about the teachers? Do they know sign language themselves? How? They copy from the children. They learn from the children.
That's
children.
right.
Do the teachers themselves make effort to learn and then teach in sign? That's a very important point.
I wanted to search for a job. I taught children's and I earned some money, but I got an opportunity in a government sector, but I was not happy about it though, because I was planning to start up this Deaf Can Foundation. So why I hesitated to participate? I mean, get a job in government sector is like, what if I have a daughter and then she has the accessibility issue? Does this issue keep on continuing? No. I rejected that offer. Money is not what I want. I wanted deaf people's problem to be solved in India. That is what I wanted. So that is why I found Deaf Can Foundation. I started it. Being a woman, I wanted to show it. I was a youth and I wanted to show. You think, deaf people cannot do it, but I, being a deaf, can do it. I can work. I cannot hear, but I can work. So biggest problem is that I get a hard time getting support. They say, you can't speak? Okay, afterwards, yeah? Okay, we'll talk later. If there's any other hearing people, the help or the thing is like immediate. But when it comes to a deaf person, no. But I never gave up. I fought for it. I wanted to spread awareness in the society that deaf can work. No, get an interpreter if there's an issue. Give us the accessibility. don't no hesitate to support us. I am a deaf person. That I wanted to show you all, and I request all the people from corporates here to please give the accessibility.
Okay, so basic access is enough, right? If access is there, there's progress, there's growth, right? Otherwise, we face so many challenges. Okay, so now going over to Rupmani. So a little background. She grew up alone as a deaf child. Her parents had no knowledge of anything to do with her. So she had siblings and they were preferred all the time, and she was put aside, but she struggled and worked so hard, and she's come up, and she is the first deaf ambassador. So she kept thinking she was alone, she was one in this big wide world, and I'm just one person that's deaf. But then when she came, yes, she was 16 or 17, around that time, she met another deaf person. And that was like magical. And because still then she was thinking it was just her as one deaf person. She thought it was just one person in the whole wide world, and now it's just so crazy to even think like that and grow up like that without language till almost 20 years. Then she learned sign language at the age of 20. And then once she started having access, she discovered herself, and she started fighting hard and climbing up the ladder of success. And she became the first international UN ambassador, volunteer. So, well, you can share your own story of
Yes,
that journey.
thank you so much for introducing us, and thank you everybody for being here. Yes, that was right. So, my parents were illiterate too. So, they did not have a quality education. They are from village, and when it was a deaf child, they thought it was a curse. They feared and they neglected me. They put me aside. Then I thought I was the only person in the world. Nobody in my relative or family background are deaf, and it was just me. And they put me aside, and I did not know, and I accepted it. But I was finding a hard time. You know, I studied in a hearing school, and I was the only deaf, and I wasn't able to understand. The teacher was like, she used to write, and I did not understand. I think only 50%, just 50%. And then I felt, maybe I am the only deaf. Because everybody are hearing, everybody speaks. It was so beautiful to see them, speak to each other, see their performance. But I did not have anybody to talk to, someone. So when I moved to Delhi, so I saw there were deaf people signing each other. I was like, what? It was like a movie for me. They were all signing to each other. And that's in a church, they were all deaf and they were all signing to each other. I felt so excited and I wanted to know it. This is happy. I wanted to know what the sign meant. And I was like, okay, this is happy. Okay. And then I wasn't able to understand. I am actually a deaf person, but when I saw it, it just, made me so excited. I was fearful. Some people were like, oh, they just put me aside. I was like, I'm a deaf. You're deaf? Okay. So even I met a deaf person, but they also neglected me. I was like, why did they neglect me? I wasn't so professional in my sign. It was like so basic. I just used some gestures. But little by little I learned. I saw them communicating. And then they were like, yeah, you're doing better. And that motivated me. They encouraged me saying, you're doing better. And I felt excited and I started learning little by little. And I only knew Indian Sign Language. I again and again asked them. They were like, why are you troubling me? I said, yes, I need an interpreter. They're like, why are you troubling me? You just get by yourself. I was like, okay. And that was Geeta. So I asked her, and then she came. So I had to pay. So, and it was so hard for me to pay. Geeta accepted, and she came with her daughter. We used to go there, and then she was like, why did you get an interpreter? I was like, I have to because I'm a deaf person. I do not have an accessibility. They were like, no. So let's do it afterwards. So all the hearing were in the front row, and I had to go up in the back row. No, I wanted to. I just took up a brave step. I went in the front row. I got my interpreter. I wanted everybody to see that. I didn't want to be in the back row. And UN was like, okay. And then I fought for it. In 2015, there was a UN conference. And finally, they themselves got an interpreter for me, and I was very happy to see that. And I thought, will it be possible for me to apply and be a part in UN? They were like, UN? Come on, it's not possible for you to do that because you have no good education. I was like, what do I do? Then I just tried. I asked, and then I thought, I can do it. And then I got into a discussion, and I shouldn't think that I cannot do. We are all equal. It's not about hearing, it's about that communication, connection. So they were like, okay. And then I got an opportunity, by God's grace, that I was the first Indian deaf UN volunteer working with persons with disability. And I was the first deaf person. When I was chosen, I was so happy. I thought I would be in Delhi, but I was moved to, Ukraine. And when I was moved, I was like, I'm from India. They were like, no, you have to move to Ukraine. I said, okay. And I was so happy, And some of the deaf people were like, hey, don't go. In Ukraine, there's a war happening. Because 2014, Russia and Ukraine had a war, I think second war. So I was like, okay. So there was a lot of oppositions, They said, you cannot have good food because I always eat, chawal, rice, and then the food, this one will not get set. I was so hesitant. But, 4 months, I did not have a job. So I was like, it's okay. No matter what, I'm going to take this step. I'm going to try and do it. So I accepted that offer. When I moved it was a different world, I've never learned anything about this from my childhood. It was a different experience. When I went there, I felt happy. And then being a part of UN, they were like, why did you come? Go out. I was like, no, I'm from UN. They're like, no, sorry, go out. I'm like, what? They were like, no, go out. So they themselves were not able to understand. So their language, they showed me something in their language, and I was not able to understand, and it was a big barrier for me. And it was a night flight, and I did not have an interpreter at that time. So I was like, no. They were like, go. They forced me to go out. I was like, no. I stood up, and then I called them and I said, what do I do now? And then they asked me to wait. And successfully, I went in, and it was like, the red carpets and then UN armies.
What was that name?
So I was so happy, being received from them. I only knew Indian Sign Language. I never knew ASL, Ukraine Sign Language, anything. And I was like admiring. I had nothing in my mind, but, I was like, hello, yes, hello. But what I felt was, they gave me 2 interpreters. I was like, wow, 2 interpreters, full time, along with me. I was like so grateful, for that, for the organization, and they welcomed me. I thought, I would just go there and I would work like a peon. I would clean up some tables and things. But no, I had an office for myself. And I was so happy. I'm proud.
Okay, then, so that was all great. So, but the point is, as a UN volunteer, you visited different countries, right, and met so many deaf people. Could you share your experiences meeting deaf people from other countries?
Sure. So Europe, yeah, there were people with disabilities there. Their need was that they use international sign language. UN has English, so it was like international sign language. And I wasn't, aware of it. So I learned by meeting with deaf people. So they had local, I learned a local Ukraine sign language. There was a different kinds of, accessibility given in Ukraine. There was VRS and so many other things. When I saw those things, I was like, okay, but India does not have anything. How do I help India to, have this VRS? So video relay service. So Europe had that. There were different kinds of accessibility. So I was there for 6 months and I saw about video relay service and connecting with deaf people. When I came back to India, I thought there was no accessibility in India. They said in every country there are accessibility. For people with disabilities there are accessibility, but where is it for the deaf? So that is where newly we started with Sign Able. This is the India's first ever video relay service. And it's been 4 years that we have started this organization. It's a growing organization, but we hope it grows throughout India. And I would like to, dedicate a big thank you to Tarun sir, because he's always supported me and, had an attitude of acceptance. He learned sign language for me and he encouraged this video relay service. And we have different systems in, video relay service.
Okay, so now deaf people are helped through the video relay service. That actually is true.
So how does it help deaf people? So if video relay service was not there, I think deaf people have to pay from their own pocket to get an interpreter. Pay tax, transport, whatever interpreter demands, we have to pay it. So deaf people do not have, enough of money to survive. Company does not pay. Deaf people, suffer. So that's why we started this application so they feel, good. They pay less, but they have full accessibility through this application. Thank you.
Oh, that was enlightening to all of us. Your growth and from, being a lonely child to visiting 20 different countries and meeting deaf people from across the globe, and oh, that's simply awesome. Kudos to you. So now, who is the last person to go? It's a hearing person. Hearing person, right?
You're sad.
So, Leon works at Enable India. He's responsible to, in placement, hiring of deaf people, training and matching the job profiles. So he's been working altogether for the last 5 years, focusing on this particular aspect of job profiling. And so that's enough about him, right? So you can share your story with us. 5 years of your journey. I'm sure you would have something really worthy to pick and share with all of us.
Great. So I have some funny stories that can make you, laugh, but that'll be impactful as well. So what in Enable India, what we do is we train the deaf person and then give them the place time. Sometimes what happens is that, companies, have that deaf person and they are scared of that deaf person. Like, how do I talk to them? Things like that. So after some time, being with them, it's become a natural thing now. So focusing on their skills, background, and then other things. So sometimes communication barrier happens or sometimes misunderstanding happens too. So one of the example is that there was a deaf person, yeah? very big company and good offer. He worked for 6 months. And then he said, no, he called upon us and then he said, we asked him what happened. He said, no, manager, every time gets angry and he asked me to go out. We were like, whoa, it's a big problem. So we went there, and when I spoke to the deaf person, we took out all his concerns. So they were all hearing, every day, so morning and night, so they keep speaking keep speaking and just one time, if I talk to my friend through a video call, my manager sees and he catches me saying, what are you doing? But they don't do anything if my hearing colleagues talk to their friends all the time having earphone. I felt, what? There's no any equality there. Then I was angry too. I was like, no. So I asked the manager to come up, and then I asked them what was the issue. He just speaks one time, right? So the hearing people has earphone and they just keep talking to the friends, all the time. So hearing people's job and the communication is through the earphone. So that is their job. So they can use it either wise. So I explained to the manager, the problem here, the communication barrier here was that they did not have a good communication. So they did not have the clarity in the team. So they did not know role.
Right.
They did not know about
There's
their role.
no differentiation of job roles, right? So the deaf person was under the impression that hearing people are all chatting all the time in office when they were in fact doing their work.
So person, so he's not he's a partially hearing impairment. So hard of hearing person. So he depends on speech, whenever he sees somebody speak, he looks on their lip, and they're like, okay. So they just keep speaking and then he's able to hear. And then they speak about the job, roles and everything. And he's like, yes, I understood. But in his work performance, he was not able to perform well. What was the issue? Then is where we understood that he was speaking Kannada, not English. Only Kannada. Sorry, the person was speaking English and the deaf person can only understand Kannada. And he did not understand anything, just kept, seeing his lip movements. So here, clarity got missed, communication got mixed. So what we enable India to is that when we get any person with disability, we gather the team and we bring that person, we explain their background, and we tell them being a deaf, how it is, and then how they became a deaf, what is their like, dislike, and then so that the team people become confident and gets connected to the deaf person easily. So that they can connect to the team easily, and that is an accessibility.
So I think we are done with that time slot. Ooh, right. So, deaf cannot speak. So people get bored. People say that, oh, deaf cannot speak, right? But have you seen how long these deaf panelists have been going on for? They've been speaking non-stop, sharing their own stories. Tea is getting cold out there, but they are going on and on and on with their stories. So, I think we'll have to close this here. Hope this helps you to understand deaf people's personal life experiences, how different and diverse they are, and how the perspectives are so different. Their experiences are varied. And the experiences are also very unique and different for each of them. So let's try to align, come together.
So
the sensitization aspect. So the more we interact, the more we understand about deaf people, and the more deaf people understand, hearing people, that's where the synergy comes in.
This is a fantastic session. I think my first all deaf panel, well, apart from you two, so that's great. Just before the panel leaves, do you have any questions for any of our panelists? Okay, all right. What we're doing now is we're just going to have a poll. So if you can take your cameras out, and there's a QR code in front of you. It's just a kind of question just to see who people in the room are. So, sorry, can somebody be signing, please? Okay, so there's a QR code there. We're just conducting a short poll to see who is all in the room and what is their interaction with the deaf. So if you can take out your cameras, use the QR code, and we will have a look and give you the results to our first question. So you'll see, anybody, net is a little slow? It did work, okay. Can you read out the first question? I don't have it in my head. What is your own personal experience of interacting with the deaf? So please try and do this. Perhaps you're saying the internet's not so good here? Okay, it's just coming. So we've got 14 people out of maybe about 100 here. So just as you can, just put your answer in and we'll see. If you need to move up to take the QR code, please move up further if your camera is not able to do it. There is a Wi-Fi, but just yeah. So we've got 47 people's results we've got here. I'm sure some of you are struggling with the net, but it's really extraordinary to see 43% so far deaf people working in our organizations. That's really commendable. And then, you know, a close personal connection with deaf people, 90. So it's almost like 63% of people have active engagement with deaf people, which is extraordinary. 7% in recruitment, people working in teams or managing deaf people or training deaf people. That's extraordinary that there is such a good understanding or experience of deaf people. And I think I just want to say this is that, this is, as Roy was saying, it's a curated session here. So a lot of people here are interested in the area of deaf, but it's a journey because there are a lot of people outside the room, outside in other parts of our offices who are not so conversant with deaf people, who don't know deaf people. But I think we've got the right people in the room. Thanks. Please go ahead and break for tea and coffee. It's waiting out there.
love-struck Romeo, sing the streets a serenade, laying everybody low with a love song that he made. Find the streetlight, steps out of the shade, says something like, you and me, babe, how about it? Juliet says, hey, it's Romeo, you nearly give me a heart attack. He's underneath the window, she's singing, hey, like my boyfriend's back. You shouldn't come around here singing up at people like that. Anyway, what you gonna do about it? Juliet, the dice was loaded from the start, and I bet, and you exploded into my heart, and I forget the movie song. When you gonna realize it was just that the time was wrong, Juliet? Come up on different streets, they both were streets of shame, both dirty, both mean. Yes, and the dream was just the same. And I dreamed your dream for you, and now your dream is real. How can you look at me as if I was just another one of your deals? When you can fall for chains of silver, you can fall for chains of gold, you can fall for pretty strangers and the promises they hold. You promised me everything, you promised me thick and thin, yeah. Now you just say, oh, Romeo, yeah. You know, I used to have a scene with him. Juliet, when we made love, you used to cry. You said, I love you like the stars above. I love you till I die. There's a place for us. You know the movie song. When you gonna realize it was just that the time was wrong, Juliet. Can't do the talks like the talk on the TV, and I can't do a love song like the way it's meant to be. I can't do everything, but I'll do anything for you. Can't do anything except be in love with you. And all I do is miss you, and the way we used to be. All I do is keep the beat, bad company, and all I do is kiss you through the bars of a rhyme. Julie, I do the stars with you anytime. Juliet, when we made love, you used to cry. I said, I love you like the stars above. I love you till I die. And there's a place for us, you know the movie song. When it was just that the time was wrong, Juliet. In a love-struck Romeo, you sing the streets of serenade, laying everybody low with a love song that he made. Find a convenient street light, steps out of the shade, he says something like, you and me, babe, how about it? way you do it. You play the guitar on the MTV. That ain't working, that's the way you do it. Money for nothing and your chicks for free. Now that ain't working, that's the way you do it. Let me tell you, damn guys ain't dumb. Maybe get a blister on your little finger. Maybe get a blister on your thumb. We got to install microwave ovens, custom kitchen deliveries. We got to move these refrigerators. We got to move these color TVs. To the little faggot with the earring and the makeup. Yeah, buddy, that's his own hair. The little faggot got his own jet airplane. The little faggot, he's a millionaire. We got to install microwave oven, custom kitchen deliveries. We got to move these refrigerators. We got to move these color TVs. Move on, move on. Mama, she got it sticking in the cameraman. Oh, we could have some. And he's up there. What's that? Hawaiian noises. He's banging on the bongos like a chimpanzee. Oh, that ain't working. That's the way you do it. Get your money for nothing. Get your chicks for free. We got to install microwave oven, custom kitchen deliveries. We got to move these refrigerators. We got to move these color TVs. Listen here, now, that ain't working. That's the way you do it. You play the guitar on the MTV. That ain't working. That's the way you do it. Money for nothing and your chicks for free. Money for nothing. Chicks for free. Money for nothing. And your chicks for free. Ooh, and money for nothing. Chicks for free. Money for nothing. Chicks for free. All that money for nothing. Chicks for free. 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 Look at that, look at that. Money for nothing. Chicks for free. 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 Easy, easy money. Easy, easy chicks for free. Easy, easy money for nothing. Chicks for free. That ain't working. These mist-covered mountains are a home now for me, but my home is the lowlands, and always will be. Someday you'll return to your valleys and your farms, and you'll no longer burn to be brothers in through these fields of destruction, baptisms of fire, I've witnessed your suffering as the battle reached high, and though it hurt me so bad, in the fear and alarm, you did not desert me, my brothers in arms. There's so many different worlds, so many different suns, and we have just one world, but we live in different ones. Now the sun's gone to hell, and the moon's riding high. Let me bid you farewell. Every man has to die, but it's written in the starlight, in every line in your palm. We're fools to make war on our brothers in arms.
Is everyone present physically and mentally? Yes, no. Yes. Sure? Little louder, yes. What is this? Yes, yes, yes. So people signing should say yes, 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 and people not signing should scream yes, yes, yes. Can I hear louder? Yes. See? Awesome. Their yes is powerful than your yes. Who is interpreting this powerful word? Arun, come. Their yes was powerful than their yes. again. Yes. Louder, yes.
Lady, right on the TV. Seen you all about a history. You couldn't hardly write your name.
Okay, is everyone present?
Just the same.
Physically and mentally?
Lady, right on
Okay, when I say up, look up. When I say down, look down.
about the virgin.
Right is towards your right, left is towards your left.
No, I'm talking
All
about
that focus on me.
Lady, right
Okay,
on
up, down. Check your right hand. Check your left hand. Right hand. Left hand. Is everyone present? Physically and mentally? Okay, everything is opposite. So when I say up, it is down, down is up, right is left, left is right. Okay, up, down, right, left, right hand. Some hands are going here, some hands are going there. Left hand. Can I hear good afternoon? Good morning. Yes. The energy level is here. It has to come here. Only then Renuka said we will call the next panel. Yeah. So can I hear louder good? Everything is opposite. Hey, now everything is same. Okay, everyone stand up. This panel may end up being energizer session. Check your right hand. 8 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Left hand. 8 times. And whoever can speak, please scream it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right leg. 8 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Left leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So far away from
Twist.
so far away
You know, this energizer I was doing in one of the cancer hospitals. So they were deaf, there were people on wheelchair, there were patients lying on stretcher, but everyone was trying to do something with full energy. Whatever you can do. Once again, this energizer name is 8, 4, 2, 1. 8 times, 8 times, 8 times, 8 times, 8 times. 4, 4, 4, 4, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1. Non-stop. If you can say numbers, please say. If not, yeah. Okay, let's start. Ready? So when I say ready, everyone has to do this. Yes. Ready? Ready? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2. Good. 4.
And I get so tired when I have to explain. And you're so far away from me. See,
Can I hear good, bad at one go now?
been in the rain.
Yes?
And you're so far away
Now
from
let's
me.
hear.
You're so far away from me. You're so far, I just
Okay.
can't see. You're so far away from me.
So are you all energized now?
You're so far.
Mentally, physically, like Pradhan said? All right, good. So we have the other panelists joining us today. I'll just quickly introduce them. So we have Rama Cherry, who's the director and founder of DOC. Rama has more than 2 decades of experience in the field of disability and inclusion. She has specialized in the area of disability policy and has undertaken several studies on the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So please give a round of applause. Thank you. And of course, we have Pratna Pratik, who is the co-founder of GiftAble. She's a coach, marketer, motivational trainer and influencer and has been a consultant in the space of disability inclusion to many multinational organizations. And it's a pleasure to welcome her because I've been really privileged to have had many interactions with her as well. So please, Pratna. We have Sunita Cherian, who's the Chief Culture Officer and Senior VP Corporate Human Resources with Wipro. Under Sunita's guidance, Wipro has been widely recognized for its inclusion framework and sustained initiative in the last decade. A round of applause for Sunita as well. Yeah, thank you. Joining us today is also Saloni Gupta. She's the Senior Manager HR with Amazon. Saloni has been privy to largest B2B network for deaf persons in the workplace in Asia. 1,700 deaf persons working at Amazon's 40+ locations are served by sign-able communication. Round of applause for Saloni as well. Thank you. Last but not the least, we have Dr. Renuka Ramashan, President of ASLI. She has over 2 decades of working with the deaf community. She holds 2 master's degrees in linguistics and social work, as well as a PhD in deaf education. She has been interpreting for the past 25 years, and she's responsible for conducting numerous welfare and support programs for the deaf. So a round of applause for all our esteemed panelists.
One blade breaking my heart.
Thank you very much, Christine. It's lovely to see so many people here, all gathered under this, in this cozy, not so cozy hall. And like Arun had mentioned this morning, this is a dream come true for us. I remember the first hiring that I was personally involved in. That was way back in 1999. We're talking about double digits now. So at that time, I live in Coimbatore. So the hiring for people with disabilities was completely unheard of. So they were only working in, you would never see them around working, quote unquote. They would either be way back, hidden away somewhere, under a table, cleaning something, things like that. And so when I started doing sensitization programs, and it was on a very small scale, it was just for one-on-one sensitization, awareness as to what deaf people are capable of doing. And so the first person, after I think about a year or so, the first person that accepted to hire a deaf person as in his accounts section. So since that didn't need any communication with others, so that was what he had to do, and he did that very well. And then slowly word passed around that deaf people are very good workers, they're very good with their hands, they're skilled, they may not hear, which is a very good thing in a way, because they don't get distracted, they don't get disturbed with every little talk that happens around, like the hearing employees. And it was seen that the productivity level also was so much higher, because I'm talking about the days of no mobiles, no phones. So deaf people had absolutely no other mode of communication, no technology whatsoever to help them communicate with anybody else. So now, having come this far, we are sitting here today talking about technology, where the deaf participants have equal opportunity and equal access through technology. And then we have corporates here. So at that time, even for a deaf person to actually think that he or she would be sitting in front of a computer or a desk and actually do IT and professional work was completely unimaginable. There were no colleges also teaching any undergraduate courses. There were no higher education opportunities. So at that time, for some of us, like I'm sure Rama would also say, speak something in that on those lines, for us to envision a day where deaf employees and hearing employees are going to share the same workspace and they're going to be given equal opportunities was a very far-fetched dream, all right. But it was plodding, so many years of plodding by so many different people. In a way, every one of you here has been involved in some kind of work pushing this goal to actually become a reality. So I think first I would like to really give a big loud applause to everybody here. So we've done it and we have come really real far, but we also have a long, long way to go, right? So we are here today. We have an amazing panel. It's really amazing to see each one of you and what you have done in your own area and field and companies. And it's remarkable. It's phenomenal because all these hands is what have made this mighty work happen. So we have corporate employees, deaf employees sitting here with us. And yes, so let me get started off by addressing Sunita first. I remember Wipro was one of the first corporates to have started hiring deaf employees. And those were students. This was how way back is that, Sunita?
Yeah, Renu, good morning, good afternoon to all of you. Like I said, it is, I'll never say a no for a conference like this, because the fundamental to me is communicate, communicate, and communicate, right? So the moment more people come out and talk about it, I'm sure the word spreads. So as Renu said, we went down a focused approach in what we do on disability way back in 2010. And the idea at that point in time was, I don't think we focused on any particular disability. The idea was anybody with any disability, how can the organization be more inclusive? I think we went with that as the fundamental premise because it was fashionable then and sometimes even now to kind of go after it as a number. And we said, we're not interested in the numbers here. It is even if there is one person in the team with a disability, how do you make that individual feel included? And I think that was the entire way we approached it. But of course, as we went down the journey, we realized that there is a myriad of disabilities there. And maybe it is good for us to kind of have a clear direction on how we address each of these disabilities. So yes, specifically Renu on the deaf, and I would give a lot of credit to Kasturi here, whom we had hired way back then as our interpreter, because the idea was, and this is again, I will say a big thanks to Rama for that, for having guided us in those days, because it's, you can't get into this field without expertise. So we were a bunch of people who were passionate, but honestly, we didn't know how to go about it. So I would really give a lot of credit to people like them who really held our hand and said, look, there is an institute called NISH, for example, and you can hire from them. And by the way, these are the kind of jobs that they could do. So to start with, Renu, long back, it was in Mysore that we hired a bunch of people from National Institute of Speech and Hearing. And, it was one to say that this is the job, you've qualified for it, now go and do that job. But I think the more important aspect is how do you make them feel included. And I think the entire storyline was around, it's not just enough to hire those people, but it is equally important to make them feel that they belong in that setup. And for that belongingness to happen, it is a two-way street, right? So you can't be sitting on the other side and say, okay, I've hired you, now you figure out how you kind of gel in. It's equally important for the other side to say, how do I make arrangements? How do I understand this set of people that I've hired? And that is where people like Kasturi became important, because she became the kind of bridge, for her to interpret what they were saying and for the organization to kind of move into doing specific actions specifically. So we've come a long way from there. I would say it's more than 15 years or so that we've been on this journey. It is a journey. So I don't think we can ever rest and say we've arrived here. It is a journey where we are learning. And newer technologies coming our way. So very excited about this space.
Wonderful. I still remember that call from Rama saying that we are opening up an equal opportunity cell and we are focusing on diversity and inclusion at Wipro. So she had, we had discussed, and then I went down to Mysore, and that was the first time I saw deaf students fresh out of college, and they were also like, not here, they were up there because they never thought that they would be placed in some big corporate such as, which is called Wipro, and then we're just figuring out what the sign for Wipro would be, and Wipro, and so this was how, their background also was, and the training, in fact, I was really impressed, and that's why it's still etched in my mind. The training was facilitated by interpreter, and it was a challenge bringing one of their very teachers to come down and have her stay down there for the entire training, and then Kasturi picked up the baton, and I think the baton is getting passed around, and we're still going, and it's amazing to see so many employees, so many deaf people working in Wipro, and all because of accessibility. Wonderful. So big,
I'll
big hand.
talk about that later.
Right. Right. So, Sunita, I just wanted to find out, were there any, it was all a new thing, right? Yes, and we had Rama's guidance and direction and input, but as a company, were there any modifications that you had to make to create that inclusive workplace, work environment for the deaf?
Absolutely.
Specifically.
Absolutely, and that's what, I'll talk about that story that Kasturi talked about. See, you have these books to interpret sign language, but when it comes to software, when it comes to an IT industry, and what those words mean is anybody's guess. So, if you talk about bench, you talk about, TNM, you talk about FPP projects, it's not something that is there for somebody to understand what an FPP project meant. So I think this was the first time that we tried to use the commonly used words in the IT setup and created an entire dictionary around sign language for those words. Now that was a big deal because I don't think many organizations had thought about it. And I was just trying to check up because NASSCOM should have a copy of that because we gave it to them saying that you must use it widely because it will be of help, to the software industry. Or the example that Kasturi just talked about. So, Independence Day, and we said, we always have employees come and sing and, unfurl the flag. And we said, how about a different way in which you sing the national anthem in the sign language? So the entire Mysore office actually learned sign language, right? So it was not easy, but we said, well, if they can learn your part, you can learn their part too, right? So we had the entire Mysore office learn how to do sign language and actually come and sing the national anthem in sign language. So I think these are things which, I think these are things which motivate people that it is possible for you to cross over to the other side and it is possible for you to understand where they're coming from. So like I said, until and unless both sides are equally party to this entire hiring or etc., it will not be a success if it was just one person wanting to hire, because a manager can always be the block to say, look, I don't want these people, I want people who are different. So the key, Renu, to me is one, communication, because it came right from the top. So there was nobody who could block it because you had the CEO of the organization standing there and saying, this is an important agenda and I endorse it, to the extent that, our latest French CEO that we have, so in the last, I think, I don't know if it was this December or last December, we got all our leadership to actually sign language their names. It just created interest in the CEO -1 to say that, look, this is a different language. We said, you learn so many languages, right? Learn sign language too. So so I think one is communication, because it's very, very critical that you talk about what you do and don't assume that people know. Because a lot of times we just assume that, well, they should understand. No, I think communication is key. And I think two is in terms of just spreading that awareness and making changes to your policies. So if you're very hard-nosed to say that this is my policy and I will not change, then I don't think you should enter this space, because it's all about keeping an open mind and understanding what else can you adopt which is going to be favorable to all. So I'm not saying to one set alone. So that's why I said the key here is inclusion, and the key here is for people to understand both sides, and for corporations to make changes to say that, look, if I need an inclusive workspace, then what is it that I need to change on my policies, processes to ensure that, there is an inclusive world.
So good to hear that, Sunita. Thank you for sharing that. And we'll come back to you for more questions and what we can explore there. Saloni, as one of the largest organizations hiring a huge talent pool of deaf employees, what were your learnings along the way from the beginning? How far back do you go with the hiring and recruitment process happening at Amazon?
Yeah, sure, I can talk about that a little bit. The crux of it was, Sunita, am I audible better now? Can you hear me better? Yeah. The crux of it was what Sunita just spoke about, being inclusive, and it all started from there. And we had our first hiring attempts.
Could you please speak up
Mic a little
better
higher.
now?
Yeah.
Yeah. We started our first hiring attempts in 2017. And there were many things that went into it, and it's been a journey. It started with mapping our jobs, which jobs people can safely do, because safety in a shop floor kind of an environment is paramount. So what process parts can people do? With a mental model of everybody can do many, many things. Let's work safety backwards, because this is where we are starting. We started off with job classification, and that built some of the foundation. I think there are a couple of people in the room who helped us through that journey. From there, then communication became absolutely the key, be it day-to-day communication or be it training. And that's where we started with physical interpreters. And soon, in a couple of years, we realized that having a physical interpreter present in every shift of operations was something that led us to a certain scale. People were appreciative of the help available right there in every shift. There is a person available for unblocking any communication aspects, right? For being part of team meetings, being part of every large communication, small communication that's happening, being there to support in training instances. But we soon realized that finding as many physical interpreters in as many locations and as many shifts was that scalable. And that's where the entire partnership with the Signables team came through. And that's been a scale booster for us, because it brought in the interpreter or the support needed for communication right to a phone, right to a laptop. And that was a changing point, so as to say. And we've been able to welcome more and more associates in many, many buildings across the country. The one theme that I feel has been important through our entire journey to hire DHH population has been the mindset of continuously improving, continuously looking at that what are the 5 things that we can do differently to get better. And that has had implications. For example, Arun and I were just speaking earlier, we have a project going on that every training that goes through, why is it not in ISL yet? Can we do more? Can we ensure that all our trainings get converted into ISL? And we're running a work stream around that. Even Signables interpreters, when they communicate with associates, we look at data, what are they talking about? And we realized that there are a lot of baseline questions that were coming through, which should have been resolved by just a small discussion with the manager on the shop floor. And that's where the idea came up that, hey, for doing baseline communication, why don't we look at managers getting trained in ISL? And for that, do we need to wait for an in-person training to happen? So we now have an e-learning program for any manager to go sign up and learn basics of ISL. The other idea, for example, that came up is interpreters are there, but Amazon is famous for abbreviations, lot of terminologies, which are technical in nature. So what do we do? How do we help people understand and communicate more effectively around that? So Signable's team has been amazing. They trained the interpreters into the top language, top process paths, right? Through multiple interventions like this. In the last 3 quarters itself, we have seen the feedback score for interpreter support go up, shoot up in the last 3 quarters itself. So it's about looking at smaller elements also and thinking through that, how can we be more inclusive? What can we do to be more inclusive? What can we do to be the employer of choice? Yeah, that's all. If you have any specific questions, I can talk more.
Well, we'll come back again for the next round of questions to you. Prarthana, since you have experience, immense experience in training corporates to handle deaf employees and provide the relevant and appropriate accessibility for them. So is there anything you see that you have seen as a gap in the knowledge of any particular aspect of accessibility, or how does your trainings impact and result in the hiring process?
Yeah, so I remember like couple of years back when we started Giftable, and even before that, probably I had moved from corporate world to social sector, decade and a half back, and got an opportunity to work with almost 100 NGOs working on different issues, and somewhere around 25,000 volunteers. And during that journey, somewhere I realized there is a gap, especially in terms of awareness. I remember 13 years back when I learned sign language, I used to be super excited. Go meet a deaf, oh my God, I'm meeting a deaf. That excitement, and then I used to tell my name, hey, hi, my name is Prarthana. What was the immediate response? Are you deaf? I was like, no. Is someone in your family deaf? And I was like, why is it so? Because I just signed my name. So if I say my name is Prarthana, Rashmi will say my name is Rashmi. And here it was completely other way. And then I realized for them it was like not many people have a reason apart from family members or they themselves being deaf to learn. And that was the day we decided, let's do a lot of awareness. So we have gone on signals, done awareness. So we said, let's gather people, teach them sign language. And it feels good because today I see many old deaf friends who were part of that journey. And probably that is one thing which is very important. Challenging is how do we spread awareness? How do we change the mindset? Many a times we discuss in our team, what is disability? And it's just two things. One is closed mindset, and second is inaccessible environment. Probably if I work on these two, tomorrow disability will not even remain a cause. And she rightly called out, you know, corporates do not have experts. That's the challenge. But they are putting in efforts to get experts on board and bring in that mindset change. Awareness could be in different forms. I could go gather people, teach sign language, or simple thing like this. What are the colors that you're seeing? Which are the colors? Colors. Is everyone present and can everyone
Green,
see
yellow, blue, pink, orange.
Right? Close your eyes. Close your eyes, sincerely close your eyes, and what are the colors I am showing?
Black.
Exactly. Now, if I give this Rubik Cube to someone who is blind and say, play, my friend would be like, have I won the game? Have I solved the puzzle? And I have met a lot of friends who are deaf-blind.
Now, if I give this to them and say play, can a corporate spread awareness by, as part of their employee engagement, can we do tactile Rubik cubes? And guess who did this Rubik cube? It is done by a youth with intellectual disability. Now, once one of the corporates, Cisco, I still remember, they called and they said, hey, we want inclusive games. We have event for 100 people with and without disability. So we said, let's give them Rubik cube, tic-tac-toes. And they were like, okay. Now we trained special educators who in turn trained youth with intellectual disability. In a week's time, we had hundreds of these. So 3 things: awareness, inclusive games, livelihood opportunity. And probably to answer in short, challenge is how do we change the mindset and how do we use different modes to change the mindset? Can I do a lot of awareness sessions? Can I do a lot of employee engagements? Or in whatever different ways.
Specifically speaking, what are the awareness programs that you do on? Is it sign language teaching? And what have you found to be the most impacting?
So when we do session, sign language is part of it. So we cover different disabilities. We make people step into shoes of people with disabilities, understand their challenges through case studies, through learning, learning hands-on. If this is the challenge, what will you do? And people coming up with solutions. And that has worked a lot. So just to give you an example of 2 different things. I have a deaf-blind friend, Pradeep, who travels with me across, and once in a while I ask him, okay, where I have to drop you? And he says, Adugodi. So I said, okay. And we were traveling from Adarsh College to Adugodi, and I still remember, he said, I think you have to take left now. And I was like, he's deaf-blind. So I was like, are you sure? And he starts laughing, and so this is his sign name, this is my sign name, and we end up saying, we have to change our sign name, so we have to make it funny. So there is one, Pradeep, who took almost 10 years to become independent in life, with support of special educators, trainers, parents, the whole ecosystem. At the other end, just couple of years back, we visit rural area, and I still remember in one house, there are 3 deaf-blind sisters. The only communication they have had for entire 20 years of life, one is 23, 27, 29. The only communication they have had is this. Whenever they wanted food, they would do this.
My God.
What about their livelihood? 70% of population is in rural area, 30% is in urban area. Especially after pandemic, all these problems are solved. Can I give livelihood opportunities with a larger goal of actually reaching to our ESG goals, SDG goals, whatever corporate terms you call? But start thinking, there are a lot of people who require our support, and you never know how your one awareness could bring a change. From my name is Prarthana and people asking, are you deaf? I remember after so many awareness sessions, like, in parks, on malls and all that, one volunteer posted, she said, today morning I learned alphabets in sign language. Afternoon I go to metro station. I saw a pottery artist doing pot and he was deaf. Lokesh is his name, some of you might know him. So he was teaching pots, taking his son's help. And she goes there and slowly tries, my name is Alekia. The response she got was, are you volunteer? Giftable. Now a change that has started happening because each one of us have started taking in step. Rashmi, as soon as she moved to new corporate, she made sure, can I spread awareness? Initial days, probably she found it little difficult to convince people why even I have to learn a sign language. I don't have deaf in my organization. Today, she has succeeded in doing awareness sessions. Corporate has now come back. I remember last Diwali they said, hey, can I buy products made by people with disability? So there are 2 ways of hiring. One is direct hiring, second one is indirect hiring, which is supplier diversity, right? How do we hire more and more people with disability in whatever way possible?
So you bring in innovation into the trainings and awareness programs. Do you have any success story to share, Pratna?
Yeah, in fact, I will share one picture. Roy. Roy, this was the hint. You have to share the picture. Okay. So I'll share this story, and before that, so this story is about Jyoti, who is a deaf artist, and I still remember meeting her a couple of years back when we had just started supplier diversity. We wanted a lot of, people to reach out to main market, and yes, all her paintings are very colorful. And next one, so one day I remember we won this award, Best Social Entrepreneur of the Year, and we had stalls by people with disabilities. Jyoti calls me to her stall and she says, "How is it?" With all the signs, expressions, emotions, I was like, "Wow, awesome, super." Her next question, "What is it?" For a minute I was like, what do I answer? She said, "This is ABSTRACT, abstract painting." I was like, "What is that?" She said, "All my paintings have meaning to them." I was like, "What meaning in this?" And she walked me through. She said, "Can you see the wall clock?" I said, "Yes." "Can you imagine the sound of wall clock?" In my head, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. I was like, "Yeah." Phone bell, tring tring. I had like full happy face as soon as I saw all of this. There are musical instruments, sitar, guitar, church bell, temple bell, and I love music, and I was like smiling. And suddenly there was a pause and she said, "Can you see a big ear?" And the door closed. You all can hear to all the sounds. I can't, but that does not stop me from my vision being colorful. And today, she is visiting almost across the world with her paintings. This is one of the study, and that's how probably today I feel proud because when I met morning, as soon as I entered and I saw all my old deaf friends, I was like, yeah, we have volunteered together. And they have volunteered, they have made sure they are the role models. I remember one day I was crossing road and we were going for an event where all the deafs were volunteering for youth with intellectual disability. So while crossing road, I was like, oh my God, how do I cross? You won't believe, this side there was one deaf, this side there was one deaf friend. They're like, don't worry, we are there. And they helped me cross the road. From that crossing road to volunteering, to today I am seeing them working in different corporates. And that's the change which is possible only by spreading more awareness.
So now let's take a different angle to the entire hiring, deaf employee workspace and accessibility. And we go to Rama for that. So as you had mentioned also, Pratna, with Sunita had mentioned too, the corporates coming together with experts and expertise and getting the direction, the right perspective on how to go about things. And of course, it's not all roses and peaches, and there's so many obstacles that each organization has overcome and come real far ways. So Rama, you do accessibility audits, and you are the expert, the common thread that goes through each of these organizations. So would you just open our eyes to if there are any mandates as to the accessibility aspect in relation to deaf employees, workplace, anything to do with accessibility for the deaf?
Okay. Good afternoon. Somebody mentioned about the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act. So now there is a mandate. Also, it applies to the private sector. It applies to organizations, NGOs, everyone is covered. Small firms, big firms, everyone is covered. That day somebody asked me, is sign language covered in the RPWD Act? It is covered in almost every part of RPWD Act. And talking of barriers, so there is a definition section which says barriers, and it's not just mentions about physical barriers. The communicational barrier has been defined as a barrier. So anyone who says barrier-free environment, it includes communication barrier as well. And 1995 Act did not mention sign language as such. But here in communication, one of the modes of communication is, sign language. Okay, so yeah, you can go to I can't see it. So anyway, so there are quite a few definitions. Accessibility, for example. Many people think accessibility is ramps and washrooms, but accessibility is also accessibility in terms of sign language, not just sign language, but in communication in any mode. It could be augmentative communication, it could be plain language communication, not using jargons, it could be gestures. So communication has been defined as a very broad term in the Act. Okay, move next slide, please. Okay, another important aspect, I think this is the NAD's advocacy as to what should be included. So when persons with disability, when we talk about, it is both deaf and hard of hearing. So earlier there used to be one term called hearing impairment. The National Association for the Deaf and organizations said, no, we do not want that term as hearing impairment. We want two categories, separate categories, deaf and hard of hearing. So now when we talk about terminologies, so deaf and hard of hearing are the terminologies that we should use in the thing. Discrimination. The foundation of this act is non-discrimination. Discrimination not just means that, direct kind of a discrimination, we do not hire people who are deaf, or even we only hire people who are deaf is also discrimination because you're discriminating against other disabilities. There's also indirect discrimination, which could be, you may have a group discussion, or you may have some companies have medical assessment before joining. They do audiometry. And then that's the reason. You may not intend, but somewhere you are discriminating against deaf people in that. And the third very crucial aspect is that denying reasonable accommodation is also discrimination. Denying reasonable accommodation, again, reasonable accommodation is there throughout the act. And that includes sign language interpretation or any other kind of a assistance that you would need in the workplace. And companies have to provide that reasonable accommodation. So these are all several mandates that are there for the companies. Another issue with interpreters today, they're so expensive. What is happening is that it is like only when a manager wants, only when the training happens, it is not seen as a reasonable accommodation. If deaf person wants to communicate with a colleague, with an HR, with the manager, can I ask for a sign language interpreter? I don't think many deaf people do that. I need a sign language interpreter. So it is also a very rights-based approach. It should be seen like any other, any other assistive devices or assistance that is provided. And that way I must really appreciate, this Signable app for bringing down the cost of interpretation in a big way. And also it should be recognized as a reasonable accommodation. So all these, of course, when I talked about accessibility, we do accessibility audits. Accessibility audits is now mandated by the law that you have to do accessibility audits. And when you do accessibility audits, right from the very beginning about how signages are for people to, or you have to ask, where is this place, where is that place, how well you have signages, from you going to the receptionist, how you're able to communicate with the receptionist, to any services. For that matter, you know, many companies have these wellness rooms, the doctors' clinics. Many times, again, interpreters are only seen for training. But can a person who is, somebody mentioned today in the morning, has a health condition, when they go to the doctor, are we enabling a sign language interpreter there? So those are all areas, transportation. So are we looking at communication in those aspects? And if you can continue with the slides, please. I'll go to the last slide because there is. Continue with the slides, please. Who is go on? I'll be happy to give this. This specifies which are the clauses that are relevant for deaf people. Move on, move on, move on, move on. Yeah, here. So I've just listed so many things that are required for accessibility for deaf people. Many companies have some of these safety videos, you know, what to do, what not to do. I never see a caption or a sign language there. I see induction, lifts. You know, now accessibility, we look at, you know, if you have an emergency bell, you press that emergency bell, someone speaks. But if you're a deaf person, you just can't hear. So you need to have not just an induction loop, but also visual feedback, a chat feedback, or a video feedback for the emergency situations. Trainings and meeting rooms. The acoustic, I can see here as well. The sound is spreading so much. Acoustic is a very, very important aspect of audits that we do. Hearing enhancement systems. Now you have induction loops, etc. That's largely for people who wear a hearing aid, which improves the voice quality. Seating arrangements, a very crucial aspect of, in communication. Pagers, vibrating device. I think Amazon has given vibrating devices for people, deaf people. When there is a emergency, people can hear, the hooter, but how do deaf people respond to the emergency situation? Visual strobes, quiet areas. Some of these are now becoming, it's not mandated, but quiet areas, people need, it's not just for deaf people, but also who have sensory overload. Do we have quiet spaces to work? Meeting etiquettes, again, everyone is talking in the meeting. How are you going to kind of, have each person speak? So some of the meeting etiquettes go a long way in accessibility. Phone booths, again, today you have a lot of these conversations happening online. How are you going to have these pods, phone booths for deaf person to go and have a communication without background noise, etc. Captioning, of course, in all the online interpretation, transcription notes, medical help desks and helplines. Most helplines, even the emergency helplines that we have, 102, 104, many companies have landline numbers to call for emergency. Those are inaccessible, so we look at the helplines. Very crucial about how do you really help a person, so you need to create this personalized emergency evacuation plans for people with different disabilities, including deaf and hard of hearing, in consultation with them, because each person is very different. Each person's communication need, even among the deaf and hard of hearing people, is that different. So very crucial is that how do you engage with the person with disability in developing these programs and in doing that reasonable accommodation. So these are all aspects that are covered in the accessibility audits that we conduct.
Thank you, Rama. That was so clear. And oftentimes we tend to think accessibility for the deaf at workplaces providing interpreters, and it's just the communication aspect, the challenge that we need to overcome. But besides that, there are so many other areas that we need to work on if we are to give them fair amount of accessibility. And providing an interpreter and interpreting services is at the beginning, and a good chunk of it, good part of it, I would say, but still there's so many other areas as well. So would you, from your perspective, would you suggest some very crucial areas that corporates need to work on as some of their future goals, something that's timely and something that's need of the hour?
See, I think that companies which take up a long-term view, see, Wipro, I think it's one of the organizations that had taken a long-term view, because inclusion cannot happen overnight. What is important is, I've seen organizations that take up, okay, we want to hire 50 people. And then a year later, it really falls off in some sense. So you have to take a very long-term view of setting up policies and systems in place, which evolve also over time. And I think the companies that have done that, have been able to, go for a long period of time. Sustainability of initiatives is the most, crucial. And if things are written down, also RPWD Act mandates that every company has an equal opportunity policy. How we are writing that policy, that is also very crucial. And when things become a policy, then it is not a favor being done. Otherwise, it's like a one-off kind of a thing. Okay, you are asking for something, a manager decides that, oh, I want to hire somebody, and they hires. Whereas if it's a policy-driven, budgets is also, allocated for initiatives like that. So I would say companies should take up a long-term view. Don't look for quick wins. Quick wins, doesn't really yield results. Because when we started, 10 years ago, even then people asked for quick wins, 10, 20 years ago now. It's already 20 years, so why are you so bothered about quick wins? Over 5 years, if you have achieved something, even US, it's not completely accessible. I see so many barriers there. So we have a long way to go, but are we progressing? I think that is the most important question to ask for the corporates today.
Coming to the final question that I would like all the panelists to respond is your future goals, and what what really rings a bell and what stands with me, and what I stand with is what Rama said is inclusion. I think deaf people would say, even in their own personal experiences, what they said was, okay, we are always told what to do. So what we are talking about inclusion. They've talked about inclusion in their family lives, in their family environments, and in schools and in their educational institutions, what inclusion meant for them, being included in whatever was happening. And they cited a few examples. So Rama was saying that the audit perspective, like having the deaf people involved in certain aspects of accessibility and seeing, it's called deaf eyes, putting on deaf eyes, having them be involved and actually talk about inclusion just by giving an interpreter and the various aspects of accessibility, but also how included they are in policies. Policy making comes in their contribution in the policies, involving them. That is also inclusion. And I think, if I were to run an organization, that is what I would aim for, that inclusion. Ultimately, I want the deaf people involved in what concerns them, which also goes with their motto, nothing about us without us. So, Sunita, anyone, please, any of you can feel free to add to this. Policies, corporate goals, collective goals.
Can you hear me? Sorry. I talked a lot about corporates and what policies can change. I think what gives me hope is the new generation, the coming generation, and how they think. And I was just giving this example to Rama. I have a daughter who's doing her design course in the US. And it is not that, one has kind of told her about the space we work in or inclusion or assistive technology or any of that. But what really gave me hope was in one of her designs when she was presenting, her entire frame of mind and thinking was around an inclusive design. A design which may not look as sexy as another colleague's design which was not inclusive enough. So I think to me, the biggest hope is the new generation and how they think, and the fact that it's already in their heads that you don't make things, you don't create products, you don't create spaces without including all. And I think that to me is the biggest motive to kind of be on this journey.
Pradhana.
Okay, I'll in fact cover 2 points. One I wanted to add to Rama was corporates should also invest in training. And this is what we have seen in last couple of years. The output is low attrition and high returns. And you will see that return on investment probably at little later stage. So somewhere we saw like especially in last 1-2 years, corporates have started investing in tech courses, VLSI, Java, Salesforce. At the same time, we have seen, can you partner with colleges and do these trainings? And that has helped. When you're sharing, I suddenly remembered my niece and nephews. So when they used to see me signing, I still remember in one of the events, we had like almost 150 deaf joining, and we were doing some inclusive event. And she was 4 then, now she is 10. And I think Karthik, Krishna, all who are sitting here were part of that event. We had like a circle. In between was Aditi, who was 4, and she signed her name. And everyone was like, is your niece deaf? And I was like, no. And next year, my sister builds a house. I go, and I was like, I'm going to get my friends, okay? Don't get Krishna, who is on wheelchair, because our house is not accessible. And these are coming from students who must be what, in less than 13 years. And that's how it is. Like, inclusion is when we start spreading awareness right from that childhood. To probably from corporate perspective, I would say today, if you see whether it is mandate, not mandate, less than 1% get employed meaningfully. Can we start having a goal which is achievable, which we should say, hey, by 2025, maybe can I have 5% of my workforce which is inclusive? Can we start thinking how to do it? Lot of checklists have been shared. Start sensitizing, leadership team. I remember one day I go to Cisco cafeteria and I see 2-3 leaders chatting in sign language. I went there and I was like, nobody's deaf here? They said, no. You're chatting in sign language. So they said, yeah, 3-4 months back you did basic sign language course, and we decided every week, Wednesday, we will meet and we will chat in sign language. Do you have people who are deaf in your team? They said, no, but we just want to be inclusive. And that's how it is. You have to spread awareness by hiring, but before that, by sensitizing yourself and people around you.
Saloni, would you like to add anything to that?
Yeah, going back to the same point that many panelists have spoken about, keeping inclusion at the core of it, and then everyday thinking. How do we get better from here? How do we be more inclusive? How do we do 3 things that will deliver a much better inclusive experience to all employees? Just that, and being excited by that every day is what we are, that's the only thing I wanted to talk about.
So spreading that spirit of inclusion from top down all the way to everybody. So that's how we empower the deaf at workplace. So thank you very much for your time. I just want to throw the floor open for questions. Do we have time for that, Roy? You'll have to, yes.
Hi, thank you. It's nice to hear of these stories, especially from the corporate. It'll be very interesting to know what your experiences have been with people with disability staying in the company and having a long-term engagement in the company, and what kind of growth path they have had. You said your 15 years has been the time frame that Wipro has been experimenting with this. So it'll be good for us to know that side of the business.
So, so we do keep some statistics on people with disability in terms of their growth paths, the careers that they choose, the trainings that they sign up for. I think the way it has been, because we also try to map in terms of performance ratings of people with a disability and without. The good news is that it follows exactly the same trajectory. So if you have a kind of curve for people without a disability, I see the same thing. So I think that patronizing of, oh, you have someone, so they're very good, I don't think that's the way we've gone about it. If there is a certain merit standard that is established, then the expectation is that people with a disability or without, or whatever diverse or marginalized section you come from, it is the same level of performance that is expected. And by that token, if you ask me in terms of the growth that people have had, I see them following kind of the same trajectory, because the criteria that is used in terms of promotions is kind of the same. The criteria which is used in terms of lateral movements is the same. So you sign up, you find an interest in a new and upcoming technology, how do you kind of sign up to it, how do you get trained on it, and how do you kind of perform at the job? So to me, I don't see any difference between the two.
For us as well, the experience is similar at Amazon. Interestingly, you also mentioned engagement and attrition, and those metrics also are similar if we compare with different kinds of cohorts. And we are excited by the kind of productivity and kind of metrics that we see.
Speaking from the deaf side of the house, there are limited opportunities, have been rather, limited opportunities for deaf people to get skills at a higher level. There are very few of them with degrees, with master's degrees, with technical degrees, and so on. So when we talked about career paths, they start with a little bit of a, they don't start on par with everybody else. So that's understandable. But I think the key here is, from what Sunita said earlier, diversity is a seat at the table. Inclusion is having a voice. The most important thing is acceptance, and that is having that voice be heard. When that voice is heard, it's acceptance. It's not some ESG rule or some RPWD act that mandates Fulana Dhimkana, and you have taken all these people on board and they are here now. Because the act said so, or somebody said so, or some company rule said so. We are here because we want them here, we value them here, and it's important that they are here for us as well as for them. So that was amazing. Thank you very much for that, Sunita. I really appreciate that. With that, I'm going to have to cut everybody short. It's lunchtime. So, sorry. It's 1:35. And there'll be a poll besides. So please ask the question whenever you want to ask it after the thing. But we can't go any further. It's going to become impossible for the hotel staff to handle it. They've already reminded me twice.
Thank you very much. It was indeed a learning experience and so much of input and so much enlightening. And I'm sure this is just the first step towards empowering the deaf at workplaces. So we're going to be taking longer strides in this area, and we're going to see so many more achievements in this field. So the big hand to the panelists. Thank you very much for your time.
And we're here for lunch, so any more questions, more than happy to take them.
Yeah. Thank you everyone. We'll just break for lunch for 45 minutes and then we can come back for the next panelist. Yeah. Thank you.
All around, sky up above. Yes, I need a little water of love. I've been too long and lonely and my heart feels pain. Crying out for some soothing rain. I believe taking up. Yes, I need a little water of love. Water of love, deep in the ground, but there ain't no water here to be found. Someday, baby, when the river runs free, it's gonna carry that water of love to me. There's a bird up in a tree, sitting up high up, high up. Just waiting for me to die. If I don't get some water soon, I'll be dead and gone in the afternoon. Water of love, deep in the ground, but there ain't no water Once I had a woman, now my woman she gone. Once there was a river, now there's a stone. You know it's evil when you're living alone. Water of love, deep in the ground, but there ain't no water here to be found. Someday, baby, when the river runs free, it's gonna carry that water of love to carry that water of love deep in the ground, but there ain't no water here to be found. Someday, baby, when the river runs free, it's gonna carry that water of love to me. Baby, I see this world has made you sad. Some people can be bad. The things they do, the things they say. But baby, I'll wipe away those bitter tears. I'll chase away those restless fears and turn your blue skies into gray. Why There should be sunshine after rain. These things have always been the same. So why worry now? Oh, why worry with all the clarity a dream. sky so blue, the grass so green, the rank and file and the navy blue, the deep and strong, straight and true. The blue line, they got the given sign. The belts and boots march forward in time. The wood and the leather, club and shield, sweat like you wave across the battlefield. Now with all the clarity of a dream, the blood so red, the grass so green, the gleam of spur on the chestnut flame, the cavalry did burst upon the ranks. Oh, the iron will and the iron hand in England's green and pleasant land. No music for the shameful scene. That night they said it had even shocked the queen. Well, as we've seen it all before, nights in armor, days of yore, the same old fears and the same old crimes. We haven't changed since ancient times.
Okay, is everyone present? Are we full? Nobody should be. Who is watching? He has 4-5 of it. Okay, last bench. Is everyone present? No, everyone is. Okay. Sangeeta. Okay, let me see if you are present and present. Sign language, non-sign language. Okay, but I'll have sign language which is not sign language. Understood? Dimag ki batti chali, understood?
We're going on a holiday now.
Okay.
Gonna take a villa or a small chalet. Costa del Magnifico, yeah, the cost of living so low. Yeah, gonna be so neat. Dance to the Eurobeat. Yeah, gonna be so cool. Twisted by the, twisted by the, twisted by the, twisted by the, twisted by the moon. Twisted by the, twisted by the moon. We're twisted by the, twisted by the moon. Twisted, twisted by the moon. Sitting in a small cafe now, swing, swing, swinging to the cabaret. Wanna see a movie, taking a show now, meeting new people at the disco, yeah. Gonna be so neat, dance to the Eurobeat, yeah. Gonna be so cool, twisting by the, 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 twisting, yeah, twisting, twisting by the pool. In a week, still get information, reading all about inflation, and you're never gonna be out of reach. There's a call box on the beach. So what I do, I wanna know what they got. Just twisted by the moon, I'm a twisted, twisted. You got me twisted.
Yes, it's a great thanks to God.
Yeah, twisted, twisted by the moon.
Thank you all for coming. I hope you're enjoying this day so far. And
You're
the
gonna
food was
look so cute.
amazing.
Sunglasses,
Wasn't it?
bathing suit.
It was really
Be the
good.
baby of my
So
dreams.
we're going to have
Like the ladies in the
one of the
magazines.
guests on
Yeah.
board.
Gonna be so neat.
Things I said
To the Eurobeat, oh yeah. Gonna be so cool.
what was the purpose?
Twisting by the, we're just a twisting by the, twisting by the, twisting by the.
How did they overcome the difficulties? What happened to the interpreters? Hey, I'm busy speaking, Baba. The interpreter is interpreting. Where's the interpreter? Who's the interpreter there? Diksha, Emma, Martha, they're on duty. Hey, they just had lunch. They are, hey, you should have come here and done idli vada with us, man. And sleeping over there. Let's go, Martha, on board. Chalo, badhiya. Okay, let me start from the beginning. So, inside scoop. Inside scoop is people already in corporates. We have somebody here who's been in a corporate and now in a management position 17 years. Wow, that's a long time. And other people, 7 years, 5 years, etc. So let's hear from them on what they've had, what experiences they had, how they have overcome things, and how they had what I like to call coping strategies. Since you don't have access, you don't have, a lot of the things you wish to have, so you develop coping strategies. In some cases, they would have had access as well. But like Rama pointed out, often that access is this way, not this way, and certainly not this way. That's still coming. It's a process of evolution. It'll happen. We don't want to call anybody out on anything, just to share that this is the process of evolution. Everybody's a learning curve, and everybody's learning. So, without further ado, let me switch languages and put the mic away.
Thank you, Arun. So, okay, I'm going to introduce the next panel of guests that we have today. We have Ranjini Ramanujam, who's the assistant manager with Infosys. A round of applause for Ranjini. So Ranjini has been in Infosys for 17 years. Is a hard of hearing person who has done extraordinarily well in many areas. She's an Arjuni awardee in 1998, Helen Keller awardee in 2022, and many more in between. She manages a 16-member team, out of which 3 are deaf members on board. So, round of applause for Ranjan. We have Nurullah Kalesha. He's just joined Accenture recently, but he's had 2-year prior corporate jobs at UST Global and Maverick Systems. A deaf techie, he has been actively promoting the use of ISL in his team. So, welcome. Then we have Sareen Chowdhury, joined ANZ in 2017. After 5 years with Thomson Reuters, he worked with the financial planning team before moving to disputes. He also participated in the Uptick training program this past year. So a round of applause for all our panelists. Yeah, thank you.
Hello. The light seems to be very bright on their eyes.
Yeah, we'll get that. Folks, just before I think the panel starts, I just want to take a minute to talk about some of the assistive technology solutions that we have here. So, you know, this is a very unique event where you don't have an interpreter on the stage. So does anyone have any idea where the interpreter is? Hands up. Anyone who knows where the interpreter is? Very few, right? So this is a technology solutions that Signable is, you know, it's a part of their service offering. So the interpreter is elsewhere, right? So which means this also applies to your workplace. You do not need to hire a physical interpreter in your office. They can be remote. That's a tech solution that they have. And what you also could do is take some time, you know, on those desks over there at the back, on my left-hand side, to go and experience the solution. And to find out more details, you know, you can go to the right panel and then get more details on that. Thank you so much. Arun, do you need a mic? No, Arun, if we take off the lights, people who are live streaming will not be able to see you. So we'll dim the lights, we'll put it down. Can you twist the line? Put it down. Point it down.
Arun says if he moves, the lights are going to be on Nurullah. They don't need to watch me, right? They only need to watch you. Yes, so. So, everybody's here from different corporates here, different companies, and some have hired deaf people and they used to deaf people working there. And some companies are planning on recruiting deaf talent. They have other persons with other disabilities but not deaf people specifically. So shortly they're planning on hiring. So so they would like to know more about disability specific points. So there are 3 categories of participants here. Some have deaf people already working, some don't. Some are planning on hiring deaf people. So they're varied audience we have in our midst. So you have all been working in different companies. So you have so many years of experience, some more and some less. And all of you have about 5 years of working experience in corporates. So, say for example, 7 years ago, you joined your first company. So what were your feelings and expectations? So if you could share in short what your feelings were or apprehensions were, or what you didn't know what to expect, how the hearing employees are going to react with you. Would you be thrown out of work, or different situations like that? What would you like to share?
Okay, so my...
Okay, introduction is finished, so let's just come to the point.
Okay, so the first time I went into a company as a fresher, so I have my families as a deaf, and being in the normal, environment was something different. I depend communication, so I never knew about this deaf thing, and I understood about diversity and everything. As I got awareness, I understood that deaf and hearing can be equal. There is an accessibility for them, so that was a solution. So there needs more awareness. There are a lot of diversities, and a lot of people are not clear with things. I think it's different, but I think diversity awareness needs to be done. So we have people with disability, giving them awareness. But deaf people, they think it's only about speech therapy, but no, sign language is important. So that one, hearing should know.
That is very important, the understanding of language, the basics of language, culture. So culture that stems from the language. So we have different languages, such as Kannada, but it also imbibes that culture of Karnataka in there. So the culture stems from language. Similarly, with deaf culture, also there's the language, that culture stems from language. So here we have Nurullah, who is from a deaf family. He has about 11 immediate deaf family members. So that's their culture. That's the unique culture of his. And then he has to come out into the world to synchronize with the culture of the hearing world. So that is something. And then he has to come into the culture, work culture, where we are talking about diversity and inclusion, but where does it all fit? Everything is diverse here for him, and then having to come together and merge and work together. So the work culture, work environment, office environment. Okay, so now you've worked for 5 years, right? So you have made many observations. Have there been any changes?
I feel it's better. So the first company that I joined in, it was RMC. So I worked there for 6 months. So everybody were hearing. So when I was in my training period, they said English is very important for your communication. But they never told me that sign language is important for communication. So as I communicated, when I went out for a break time, I spoke to my deaf friend, and the hearing was surprised to see how the sign goes so fast, and he was a bit slow. And then he asked, why did this deaf sign? And I said, that's our language. This is our communication, and speaking is your communication. And then they got aware of it. Oh, the deaf people use sign language. So I worked for 6 months, and then second company is UST, Global in Thiruvananthapuram. So that was a small NGO, and then we never had interpreter. We had our employee himself act as an interpreter. So talking to him, it was comfortable. So I was not aware about this diversity and everything. I was able to talk to hearing person. So I taught them ABCDs, and manager saw it. And then manager himself asked me, with interest, why don't you teach your teammates also? And then I taught my teammates ABCD, and then we used to play games, signing it reverse. So busy, so BUSY. So I used to teach them work term signs, saying good morning, afternoon, work. So I enjoyed it. It was a good time till 2009. And then the third company. I have so many experiences. And then Chennai. So there, it was not diversity and inclusion. In 2 companies I had, I was able to teach and have good time. In COVID time, I got an opportunity to work in Accenture. So there was an election program, and there I learned about diversity. In India, there's PWD, RPWD Act, And then in Accenture, it's like more than 60 things. So it was very interested, and it was in COVID time. I was working from home, and when I got an opportunity to be part of a new company in Coimbatore with the inauguration in Accenture. So when I went there, the first time, I had no interpreter for that inauguration program. I was the only deaf person. And in Accenture, in Chennai, we have interpreters. In Bangalore, Accenture, we have. But in Coimbatore, we don't, because they were not aware. I asked the HR, why isn't that we don't have an interpreter? But they apologized and said they'll have an interpreter next time. So in December 3rd, it's been celebrated as a World Disabled Day. But in Accenture, it is December 5th. And that is where I saw Renuka ma'am. So I thought Renuka ma'am would just do gestures, but she was amazing. It was all, and then it was a disability question, and then I was able to ask so many questions, and hearing was like, what? The deaf person is having so much of questions. And they were wondered, and they were like, how are you asking so many questions? And they actually wanted to know me better, And it's been like 7 years that I've been working in corporates, and I remember that day, and I'm grateful for that. Thank you for listening. His answers show that if deaf people are given accessibility, equal accessibility, then they can show how their mindset is, how they can solve problems and share things. That is possible.
So people tend to think that, okay, you're deaf, so you're not capable of thinking or having good knowledge. And it's like, we're like stupids sitting there, deaf people. So that is the understanding. It's because they cannot say anything, right? So they get on their phones and scrolling, and they just don't focus as hearing people go on talking, and it just goes over their heads. So the attention itself is not given to any such training. There's no interest. At the same time, a company that gives access, you see the growth of that the person. Their confidence also tends to grow, and they feel that accountability is also there, that the organization trusts me and I'm an employee, and they start, the loyalty also grows, increases with support. So when that support is not there, then they feel very disconnected. So that's the attitudinal change that needs to, the attitude at the company has to change. At the same time, the attitude of the deaf persons also have to change. With support, there's that mutual understanding and growth.
So one thing, how do we connect with the hearing? I think basically we connect with the writing. And I think we can teach the hearing sign language so that they get aware of it. But in the diversity rule, and this gets matched.
Right. you teach one deaf person teaches one, and have a buddy system, and just interact with that hearing person, and that way you get bonded and they learn the language, and more people will tend to learn. Okay, now over to Ranjini. She is the warrior here.
Arjuna warrior. Badminton.
Oh, badminton. Okay.
Oh, I was astonished hearing her story and, her biodata saying bio. I was like, what? Wow. So it's like 1998? And I saw you in NGD in Calcutta many times. So now
now I realize who she is. I'd met her long back in '94 at the National Games for the Deaf in, okay. So now I get it. So when I read her bio, it just all came back to me. Okay, so you're working at Infosys. You've been working there for 16 years. So when you started working there, how did you feel? So Ranjini says, I was born deaf.
So I cannot hear, but I can speak. So I learned lip reading. So I had also speech therapy for 15 years. Oh, 15 years. Yes, that helped me now to speak. So that has helped me, to be able to read the lips. So after badminton tournament, I was able to meet deaf people. So how will I communicate? Because I have not learned. Then is where I learned sign language so that I could communicate with my deaf friends. So I was studying in a hearing school. So I wasn't aware of sign language. So it was all about lip reading and speech therapy. There was challenges, but it was a different way. I think after that, when I met my deaf friends in badminton games, everybody were deaf, and there was only one person who was speaking. Then is where I realized, how do I speak to them? Because I have always been with hearing people, but now when I'm with the deaf person, how do I talk to them? And then is where I started learning sign language and making new friends. So in badminton, I think 1997 is where I started my journey in badminton. But I'm not perfect in sign. There is ups and downs. I don't have a daily practice. Only when I meet some deaf friends, I'm able to talk. So there are different ways.
Ranjini has a totally different background, growing up as an oral deaf person. Depends on speech reading and lip reading, speech therapy, and she studied in schools and colleges with hearing people who were speaking around her. And when she met deaf people playing badminton, that's when she started learning sign language. So she's a late signer. So when she met deaf people in the badminton court, and that's when she started learning and she started making friends. And she benefits from both the worlds.
Yes.
Okay, so you've joined Infosys, and the time that you joined, was it easy or what were your challenges? Please share.
Okay, so when I joined Infosys, I was scared. I had doubts. Naturally, everybody have, but being a deaf and a woman, I had a lot of doubts than other normal people. Second, the challenges was that when I joined, I thought, how will I speak to people? Will people accept me? Will people talk to me? Or will people be open-minded and welcome me? Or hate me? Or ignore me? I had so many questions and doubts. So when I joined, at the beginning, the top first challenge was that, in the training, Infosys had a basics. In the basics training, so that was the topmost challenge for me. In the training, so I think Infosys just started to, they are not aware, or, they have very less awareness before actually. So how do we communicate? So I used to tell them, so the manager.
I felt it was my duty to let the manager know that I'm deaf, I cannot hear, and I depend on writing, communication mode through writing, and through the PPTs, PowerPoint presentations. And so I also need to sit in the first row in training so that I would be able to watch the lip movement. So I had, yes, that was very important, that I had to let them know my needs as they were not aware. So then their attitudes actually, they got to be more open, and I saw that attitude changing. And they were very, very accepting. And then also I would request for the handouts, the presentation handouts to be given to me ahead of time so that I could have time to go through and follow as they were teaching at that time. And also getting their attention and asking questions and clarifications. So it all depended on me letting them know ahead of time. And then with that, a lot of things changed. And that became a process after that. There were obstacles at different stages. Then I moved to operations, training and operations. So the clients, we had clients and which we had to interact with. And so our manager was in charge of informing the whole team as well about my challenges and how to go about in the training, the challenges in the training process as well. So there was communication done 3 ways. One, on the system where I would write down and I would verify and check and communicate. So it wasn't 2-way but 3-way for me. So that meant, what that meant was that the duration of the training had to be stretched. It couldn't be the same duration as for everybody. For me, they had to be a little bit more flexible and allow more time. And that was very, very important. I requested for that, and I received that support because I let them know of my challenges. And they were very, very accepting. And that was how we resolved this matter, the situation. The team leader, diversity and diversity team. So everybody had to learn about these ways of, my specific ways of communication, and it was also different time, the extension of duration, time slots for my training also was given. And also repeating and me going back for questions, verifying and then learning and making sure that I got the...
Well, let me ask you a question, Ms. Ranjani. So, what if managers and the top position leaders wouldn't have supported you? Do you think you would have progressed this much?
No, not at all. Access was given to me, and that is very important.
Manager helped you to get that
Right.
accessibility and support and
Right.
extension of duration and then PPTs and
So they would also
attentions
tap
and
me,
hard copies.
get my attention,
right?
yes. And the handouts were provided to
So
me
that
ahead.
was from the good help that you were able to progress.
So I was given access in every area. with technology. I was given access through technology, and I was also given access through people with an attitude of acceptance.
Okay, now, so you are managing 16 people in your team as a boss, as a manager yourself, and 3 deaf people in your team, and 13 hearing people. So how did you learn, so what do you learn from those 13 hearing people and the 3 deaf people, and how do you feel managing them? So what is your feeling? So I think a challenge.
The challenge is, of course, in communication. Also, yes, when listening to people when they are speaking, so how do we listen? With an open mind, by sharing, by writing, communicating by writing. So this is very, very important.
So do you have an interpreter, Ms. Ranjini, in your office?
No. I act as an interpreter. I act as a mediator between the deaf team and the hearing.
The problem is now opposite. The manager is a deaf. Whoa. And the staffs are hearing. And the staff wants to talk with the manager who is a deaf. So he has to get an interpreter now. So now it's become opposite, whereas the deaf had to bring an interpreter, but now it's hearing. See, it's become an equal accessibility. Deaf boss and hearing staffs being a hearing, and they have to find an interpreter to talk to their boss.
So tables are turned here. That's fantastic.
So
it's a challenge that we face every day. Communication challenges, how to resolve different problems, and how to gain confidence. And sometimes people's attitude is like, oh, they're deaf, that person is deaf. But this was a step-by-step process where each one is comfortable, taking at their comfort levels.
I think that's a perfect point, that is attitude. So being a leader, manager, they supported, they had a good attitude. And that is how Ranjini was able to progress, and now she's the boss. And she's also having a good attitude, whereas she's training the deaf people. So that's amazing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Sarin, tell me. So you heard their experiences, right? So what are yours?
Well, I went for an interview in a company, and I wasn't sure if I would be accepted or not. So I had my own thoughts, and I made it through the interview. Then again, I wasn't sure about access for the training. And when I went in there, the company had 2 different.
So
yes, I had to go through the training, and I had no access there. So there was a lot of work and understanding, and there was no common language between us, right? So it was a little tough, but then later I went into another company, and there I had access. So I want to just cite examples of comparing the two organizations that I worked in. So in the first one, I had limitations even with my work, but in the second one, there was so much access given, and I was able to really excel there. There were some hearing people. Okay, the second job that you took up, so was the management supportive? Was your manager supportive? How did you excel? Yes, I was in another company, Thomson Reuters. Then people were unclear as to what I could do. So that equal opportunity and...
So I went to an ex-company, ANZ. there I had an accessibility. We had interpreters and everything was good there. So I actually suggested an idea to all my hearing staffs saying, you being a hearing and you don't know sign language, so I taught them basic sign language like A, B, C, D, alphabets, and work, so WORK, and then email, so that, they learn those basic signs. And if that basic sign would have not been there, I think it would have been a barrier. So this was helpful. So I suggest to all the people here that getting an awareness, first step of getting an awareness is that learning basic sign, work term signs.
So earlier, as was said, coping strategies. So there, Shareen had his own set of coping strategies. So I will teach hearing employee basic signs, simple signs, work-related signs, so that signs related to communications, email communications, instead of going back and forth writing, that is a huge headache. Whereas just teach basic signs related to work and just use those signs, and that makes work so much easier. Then that way you tend to keep your job, right? So that you're not making lots of mistakes and the managers having to get upset and thinking that, oh, deaf person, he doesn't know much, he has no knowledge or he doesn't know much, and then ultimately resulting in them getting thrown out of their jobs. And being very careful and managing here and there, teaching basic signs and managing in the day-to-day work. So that is not full access, all right. So this is not, there's no partnership involved in here. There's no equality, equity. So we being, deaf, so we just are constantly nervous about what we are doing because we're not confident, because don't know when the manager is going to come and shout at us for what we have not done and just replace me with someone else, right? So constant fear and insecurity. So if given access, okay, you have access, right? So yes.
So one challenge is that, different companies, what I have learned is that in a company when you work, managers who don't know sign, thinking that, it's very hard to communicate with this deaf person. So if they have that attitude, I think that will continue. So how do we solve that? Accessibility is like, that then they will start supporting. But if we put one basic signs, that will come back to us in a bigger way. So if they're like, no, I don't focus on sign, and then they say, do this, Excel, this is a sign for Excel. So if they say, do this, so instead of, taking it too long, they can just sign it to me. So they will feel tired, or hard to talk to a deaf person. So
have a look at the three of them with managers' support, what they've been able to do. That is so important. Team support, team leaders support. If the management is not supportive and thinking that, hiring a deaf person is so much of work and they cannot meet deadlines and there's so much of work pressures and feel like deaf cannot handle it. But if so, the diversity, inclusion is not possible if with such attitude.
So with this panel discussion, I would like to say that, cultures in the company is important and the leader's attitude in the company makes a difference. Leadership's support for the diversity and inclusion. So their support, the top support comes from the down. So, and then managers like, yeah, so the support has to come from the top, from the boss. So if the boss is not this one, so I think the down line also not go. So very recently, I mean before lunch, I think Renuka ma'am had a panel with Sunita ma'am. In their discussion, they said that it starts from CEO. And then from CEO, everything goes up in the company. And then the company's culture changes. And then everybody feels comfortable.
Okay, I just would like to say something. Yes, that is right. The head, the boss of any organization, the managing director, the head leadership, if there's that mandate saying that everybody needs to learn sign language and sign language should be taught to all the employees, then just within individual teams to get something like that happening, making it a reality becomes such a challenge. Whereas it comes from the top level management, it becomes so easy.
I think this is very clear through this panel that, leaderships drives program. Leadership drive forward. And then people follow. If the leader is in there, keeping the first step,
Right.
then it'll go down. So leader should lead, and then get all the EI. Yes. Thank you. Thank
Should be
you all.
leadership driven.
Thank you for being here. Let's have a big applause for them.
Thank you. Next we have, it's my pleasure to call Divyanand Raj with us, a very dear colleague on stage. A quick introduction about poll, is it? Do you have a poll? Okay. I think you can take off, your phones out. I think we did this exercise before, so yes. Take your phones out and scan that on the screen, yeah. Okay. So like I was saying, it's my pleasure to call on Divyanand Raj. I've had the pleasure to work with him at NASSCOM Foundation. So he's the lead with impact and measurement. In your career spanning for more than 16 years, empowerment has been an area of interest to Anand. He comes with a background in social science and management. His core areas include impact, monitoring, evaluation, strategic planning, and field research. So Anand, off to you.
Thank you, and once again, a very good afternoon to all my friends here. So, to set the context, firstly I had, Arun, interpreter. Oh, cool, great. So, before this conversation, Arun and I had few conversations, and there were a lot of disclaimers from him. So he said, please don't use your impact jargons in these sessions. So I have to confess that it becomes very difficult for somebody from the impact fraternity to not use jargons. Yes, so that being the case, I'll try my best, even if I use some jargons, to simplify them, right? So I think I would like to begin with a story. I'll tell you what the context of the story is. The story is dating back around 2,000 years ago in China, where a Chinese farmer with his family, his wife and his son, they're trying to make their ends meet with a small piece of land and a horse. All right? So one day, what happens? The horse runs away. Some of you may know the story, but I request you to keep it to your imaginations right now. So one day the horse runs away, and the neighbors come and say, oh, that's bad news. You had the only horse. Now you cannot farm in your land. This is going to cause a lot of problems to you and the family. And the farmer says, good news, bad news, who knows, right? So the next day, the horse that ran away, it had gone to the jungle and brought a few wild horses along with it. And again, the neighbors came by and said, wow, you just had one horse, now you have so many horses. I'm sure you can, do a lot more farming and do better. So the farmer turned back and said, good news, bad news, who knows? So the next day, the farmer's son started riding the horse, trying to tame that wild horse. And the horse was very wild. So he just threw the guy out of, its back. So he broke both his legs. And like our media, the neighbors again came in and said, oh, it was your only son. He's broken both his legs. What's going to happen to you and the family? And the farmer said, good news, bad news, who knows, right? So the king of that area had, sent his commander. They were preparing for a war. So they were supposed to recruit young men, in all the villages. And those commanders came to recruit soldiers. And all the young boys in the village got picked up, to serve the army. Fortunately or unfortunately, since the farmer's son was, with both his legs broken, he couldn't be recruited. And again, the neighbors came back saying, oh, so lucky, your son escaped, all our children had to go. And the farmer said, good news, bad news, who knows, right? The next slide. What I'm trying to get at is the fact that when we are born with different abilities, right? Some of us are deaf, some of us are blind, some of us don't even know the problems we have or the abilities we have. It's all the perspective, that we choose to take to look at life and make the best out of it. So a lot of neighbors, community is going to say a lot of things, but it's important for us to have the perspective of the farmer, right? So in the context of impact, what we try to do is to use important stories to bring a strong narrative, right? So since I belong to the function of impact, what we try to do in the organization is to be able to stitch that narrative. And I'm just trying to make an attempt, to try to stitch a narrative for foundations, for nonprofits, for organizations who are pursuing, to create an impact, with the deaf community, right? It was a privilege for me to be a witness to a lot of things that happened this morning. I must confess that it really broadened my horizons to look at things very differently. I think in one of the conversations this morning, somebody was referring that, today the deaf community is 6% of the population in the country. I was just trying to imagine that, a language like Tamil or Telugu or Malayalam, that's like literally 6% of the population in the country. So a sign language, if taught in school, colleges, in communities, can be an important medium to cross a lot of things that we pursue. So, my attempt, maybe after today, will be to try and learn, pick up something from my good friend Roy, so that I try and tap into this untapped community. I'm sure a lot of them have had very complex scenarios to wade through. I'm sure a lot of them have very different abilities. I remember Rashmi opening today's conversation with saying, in corporations there are questions of why should we hire deaf people, right? I think the most important reason being that they may have solutions to complex problems because they've been solving problems from their childhood, right? So these were some reflections, I've been having from this morning. Going back, to this important narrative of having a story, let's try and see how we can identify important stories in our organizations and then stitch it to the impact narrative of our organization. I'm sure that way, like Arun was saying, we needn't align ourselves to SDG goals or ESG goals. We will be aligning ourselves to causes and impact, right? Roy? Next one, please. Another perspective, I thought I would have a discussion with you is about a different initiative, a different program, a different cause each of us work in an organization. And this can be looked at it in this canvas, where in the olden ages, development work, social work, you call it with different jargons, were broadly classified into these 4 baskets. And I just thought I'll put one question to each of this basket so that we can identify ourselves, our initiatives, to how this looks in this basket, right? I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm not trying to call out something or judge anything, but I'm just saying that it's important for us to understand it from this lens, right? Many organizations, nonprofits, corporations have a lot of initiatives in the area of charity, right? So it's important for us to reflect that these efforts, how does this translate to, right? So I've left a question there. I'm not going to, I wish I could discuss this, but then with limited time, I'm just leaving this for you to, ponder. In the context of welfare, are programs designed to address a specific need so that people will be able to get jobs, or are we looking at it beyond that? Right? In the context of development, are programs designed as a tool to develop the ability of PWD's potential and capabilities to do well in stereotypical success metrics that we define, right? The social ladder and economic ladder that we define, right? And in the context of empowerment, our programs and platforms designed as a means to enable stakeholders like us, decision makers like y'all, to think, question the current workplace and social order, right? There's a very famous educationist, Professor Krishna Kumar, who says that education, is it for all of us to fall in line or to fall out of line and question the current social order? A lot of, rights-based movements, the LGBTQ movement, I think they've questioned the order and the society has acknowledged it today. So as, decision makers, as thinking people, what can we do to consistently look at our systems and order critically and improve, to be more accepting, embracing to different diverse communities? Roy? I just thought, while Roy is going to the next slide, this is another thought I will leave you with. While a lot of us are talking about inclusion, sometimes I get this feeling that inclusion comes from the space of power. Because be it authority or be it somebody in power is making the effort to include you, right? So as a group of thinkers, should we be more responsive or should we be from the position of power more inclusive? When I say responsive, I look at every individual sitting here with different abilities, and as an organization, as a person, as a team lead, as a peer, how can I respond to some of the needs of every individual here, rather than make efforts to include them in what I wish to do, right? So this is also something I leave it with you to ponder over, yeah? Next one, please. So, as part of the jargons, I'm trying to just give you a framework. I'm sure a lot of you are very good at measuring the kind of work you do, measuring the success you have. But this is just a broad framework in how an organization can look at, especially in the workspace environment, different metrics, right? So I've looked at educational and skilling metrics, where what does the organization do to simplify the learning systems, methods, whether it is upskilling inside the organization or, reskilling different people in the organization when it comes to the deaf. What are our approaches and processes? Is it, I am the knowledge source and you are somebody who's receiving? Or what can I learn from you? Is there a facilitation of learning that happens? Is the learning experiential, right? What's happening in the experiential center behind? And how we could now exploit the use of technology, to help our peers in this community. When I talk about social metrics, I think a lot of us chill over a coffee or a beer, after these programs. How many times have we been more accommodative? Have we been thinking about our friends who are deaf or blind who could join us over a beer for football, right? Because a lot of our exposure, understanding develops when we go for conferences, when we go out. Our leadership aspirations develop when we see people. But for the community who's deaf, who's blind, what kind of efforts organizations are making? If there are fireside chats happening with leaders in the organization, are there efforts we can make for the deaf, to be able to help them participate, engage, involve, in these conversations? Are we as a group accepting, embracing them in all that we do, in all the fun we have, right? So that I thought we could probably look at it in the social metrics. In the navigational metrics, I was thinking about how India is very famous for its jugards. I'm sure every community, be it the deaf, the blind, all other communities, have their own coping mechanisms, methods, to navigate a lot of institutional problems. So how could we unearth some of these, look at it, mainstream it, so that others can benefit? In terms of the employee metrics, like we already discussed, what can be newer opportunities we can think of? Not limit, the deaf community to just be in the service sector in the hospitality industry. But if somebody wants to contribute in the field of STEM, science, technology, engineering, maths, medicine, I'm sure their perspectives will add more value to this, right? So as an organization, how can we create newer opportunities, and how can there be equalization of opportunities, right? So that was something I looked at in the employer metrics. In the aspirational metrics, the whole discussion about equity, right? I think there were several panels which discussed it. I wouldn't want to get that, unearthed, but then I just thought it's important to understand that. And there were so many role models today. Believe me, I didn't know so many role models existed when I've been in my own cubicles of my organization. So it's important that these role models get the right platforms, so that a lot of others aspire to be them, right? And lastly, the whole community metrics, where from the security in our, complex to people in the housekeeping, how are we enabling them? How is that community enabled to respond, to embrace our fellow friends? So these are again efforts that can get measured and articulated as part of impact, right? So these are some thoughts I thought I will leave you with. Once again, to Arun, Tarun, and Roy, thank you very much for this opportunity. And for all the friends here, I see a hope, and we can use opportunities like this to learn and improve. Thank you.
Thank you, Anand. Round of applause for Anand here, please. Thank you. Yeah, next, it's my pleasure to call upon Sangeeta Gera. She's the head of talent management and learning and development with Society General. Over 2 decades of work experience all through human resources, with a primary focus on building strong and sustainable learning and development frameworks, identifying talent management strategies to enable organizations to produce and nurture high-performing teams. So, Sangeeta Gera, please.
Roy, is it okay if I go on stage now?
Thank you. I actually feel like Shah Rukh Khan or a movie star after a clip of video entering the stage and getting applause. Okay, but what we are doing is a very, very small drop into the ocean that all of you have created. I really feel humbled, honored to be standing here and feel that there are so many people in this world and in this room who will support us, give us that level of comfort for the program that we have started, or for that matter, wanting to launch. My name is Sangeeta. I represent an organization called Society General Global Solution Center. This is a bank, and we are a captive of that bank here in Bangalore. What I would be talking to all of you today is already what is conveyed. So, which is we are in this organization developing a few words, which is around 250 words in sign language, and very, very particular in the world of finance. So can you imagine that financial terms like be it money, bonds, or over-the-counter transactions, these are very financial words, which mean very differently in a bank context, but it is interpreted as alphabets, okay? So we thought, why don't we build sign language to describe, to explain the terms in the way that financial terms have to be explained. And that's what we're doing. What we did was, if you can move to the next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So what we did was, we worked with ISLRT. We understood that they have created a dictionary of 10,000 words, okay, of sign languages. So we wanted to contribute into those words. So we spoke to them. Of course, we came to the NASSCOM body. We collaborated with them. We also talked to a lot of people in the industry. And we realized, like our colleagues in the industry, which is ANZ, and now I get to know in Wipro, vocabulary has been created, okay? But in ANZ, it is all about retail banking, so we wanted to create that vocabulary in investment banking because that's where we are in, okay? So we did this research. We actually developed a tree of 200 plus signs of words, which then we sat with our NGOs, with our partners, and with our staff who are deaf, as well as brought in people from the industry and competitors to actually look at how do they understand these words, and then built a repository of those signs, and then actually went on to socializing it. Of course, the design phase was the biggest because we had to sit down, each of the terms had to be explained, and a new sign had to be created. So in that sense, we are almost ready with around 250 words, and specifically in the area of finance, which we've now presented it to ISLRT, and I think it would be approved within today, tomorrow. They would be adding it into the dictionary. And what that means is, if you go to the next slide. Yeah, and what it means is that this dictionary would be available for everybody in India, okay? So we wanted to actually look at, can educational institutes actually start using these at least 250 words for a start to train some of our potential employees, okay? We wanted here people in the audience or industry partners to actually adapt to these 250 words or more what we will create to actually get them to understand the terms the way it is. So, I mean, if you are talking about a check, okay, a check is not a tick mark, right? It is a instrument. It means something very different in a financial term. So how are they going to, like, really understand and create that sign language is what we wanted to. So each of these terms of 250 words have been actually made videos out of. so that then we could now put it up. So what our intent is, of course, we are here in NASSCOM today to appeal to all the people in the industry to adopt to these words so that the employability of this workforce becomes that much more stronger and their vocabulary is really better. We will be actually also talking to all the NGO partners in this area to actually adopt to this, because you have to learn a new set of signs, right? So we would want to encourage all of that. Plus, we want to go to whole load of universities, put this as a curriculum there, so that if they're applying for a job in any bank, or for that matter in any financial institute, they have at least those right signs that they could use. We will be talking to a lot of recruitment agencies who are specifically working with deaf employability, so that, you know, we could train those people so that they are that much more employable. We're also working with a few learning sites, be it Udemy or Skillshare, so that these modules are put up on the platform there for anybody to learn these signs as well, okay? So we're looking at building that ecosystem. It's a very small drop that we want to put into this ocean with 250 words. I think it's a baby step that we've taken right now, but looking at the excitement and the warmth that we're getting here in this room, I think me and my team are very, very committed to build on this 250 and take it to a larger number and make it very, very specific to now, of course, to our world, which is finance and banking, but who knows, we could even take it to any other platforms, which is, could be in IT, could be in health, or any of these areas where people who are deaf could actually look at getting employment in, okay? And why we developed this 250 words plus is that because training, and I am the head of training, and we had really understood that training them in sign language, which was not describing the right word in the right sense, okay, was not really adding to their upskilling. It was getting them to understand the meaning maybe, and they had to actually derive at a lot of understanding around that. So for us, equipping them with the right vocabulary was so much more important to get them to, like, you know, really go up in their career, go understand the programs well, even have a conversation which is very meaningful and impactful with our stakeholders, so that, you know, they know that there is that level of, like, you know, inclusivity in the thought of solutions that we are building as well, okay? Because banks don't cater only to people who are normal, right? They cater to every type of employees out there, I mean, every type of customers out there. And I think for our bank, it was very important to include every diversity into our solutioning. And I think these words will add into that level of our solution or the approach as well. And as you saw, SG as an organization and SG as a bank is very committed. And I know that all of you spoke the right language here in terms of saying the leadership should be committed. We should create an environment for people to actually have that level of accessibility. Managers should be equipped, team members should be, and I think that's all that is what every organization is doing. We were thinking, what more? How else? Why aren't we seeing somebody who's deaf being the CEO of an organization, okay? And of maybe a multinational firm. And that's when we started thinking of these terms. And I think our baby step has been really appreciated and accepted. So we are encouraged to go a lot more ahead in this curve. One last slide is there, I think. Yes, and here's a few samples of some of the words that we have, be it insurance, be it hedge fund, be it like simple interest, okay? When you're actually interpreting it, you're using alphabets, right? But these mean something very different in a financial world. So I think we're building that vocabulary, which is around 250 words, and we're really humbled and blessed to get the support of the industry as well as the institutes who actually approve and take it forward for us. And I would want to appeal to all of the people here in the hall to adapt these 250 words so that we make the deaf a lot more employable, enrich their careers, and actually see them at very, very high levels of leadership. Thank you. We are getting the approvals from ISLRT. Okay, they have to approve all of it. Yes, okay. Not according to the, we could build it either way. We could build it either way, okay. Right now it is according to the alphabets. Yes, P. Correct. Which they will know, because when they're in a team, okay, which works on pension funds, they would know what pension means. I mean, in the sense, the word pension. So, see, there are two ways of handling this. One is if the person is already in the team and handling pension, then it's easier for them to understand it. Second is we take them through all 250 words that we have right now and say this is something that you have to learn. And that it's like building a vocabulary. It's like if somebody doesn't know what an apple means, okay, how do you explain to a person what an apple means, right? That's right, that's right. Right now it's at a workplace, but tomorrow if I have to put it in our e-learning platform, then we could actually build it on saying, if you're in the finance world, these are the words that you have to know, okay? It's like if you're in health care, okay? These are the words that you have to know. So it's almost like that. So we would be building it around a cluster of the industry or the domain that you're a part of. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you then, and lovely meeting all of you and lovely being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sangeeta. Round of applause for Sangeeta Gera, please. Yeah. Thank you. So I think we'll call a short break, probably a 10-minute tea break, and then once we come back, we'll continue. Yeah?
All of them, 1 to 6. 1 to 6.
Check, check. Holla, holla. Check. Check, check. Holla, holla. She gets the sun in the daytime, perfume in the dusk, and she come out in the nighttime with a honeysuckle mask. Because she smells just like a rose, and she tastes just like a peach. She got me walking where the wildlife grows. I'd do anything to reach her. And she was made in heaven. Heaven's in the world. Oh, she was made in heaven. Heaven's in the world. Is this just espresso
one of the most active people I know in my entire life. So when my mom falls and twists her, for her it was that 2 months of not being able to do what she wants to do.
She's just crazy. Crazy. Yeah, I bet. Hey, Shaji, if I just ask you for a thing, you'll do it?
Sure.
I'll just ask you for a video, you'll put it on, yeah?
Yeah, just put. I have 2 videos. One is the meeting video.
Mm.
So what I'll do is...
One is Leon's video.
Leon's is which one? B2C.
B2C, I think it's called.
So what I'll do, before you start your session, just do 2 videos.
Okay.
I'll show you some use case. How do you want to do the session?
No, let me start. Let me start talking, and then I'll tell you. Can you just play a video? Yeah, just play. I think so. Yes.
No, they're trying to figure out. Okay, but you continue the conversation while you figure that out.
Huh?
You keep continuing engaging.
Yeah.
In case, worst case, if it doesn't work, what are you going to do? It's a plan B.
We have some videos to show, no?
Okay.
We can show the videos, no? What's the problem? Yeah. Oh, I'll tell you what the problem is. Hey, I'll tell you what that problem is. My holder doesn't take 2 things at one time. You know, the holder, it can either take the camera or it can take something else. It doesn't take 2 things at once.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a grand coffee and a good time. I like to ask you to come in and settle down. We're starting with a unique session right now, and I'd like to please come in. You can see people out on the outside over there. Please come in. I've sent Roy out there to get everybody in. Pratna, come on, let's do something over here, come.
Oh, okay. Call Rukmani first.
Rukmani.
Introduce you and then you can come on.
Any hearing people finding Rukmani or any interpreters find Rukmani, please ask her to come close to the stage. Thank you. Okay, so we've had a pretty amazing panel, a pretty amazing presentation with Anand and with Sangeeta. That was really some commitment to make financial terms like that and do that is amazing, amazing, amazing. I'm really so impressed with those guys. Fantastic job. We're going to now introduce a new aspect. So far we talked about people, how they've been managing and what they've been doing and how they've been able to go over things and how companies and organizations have adapted their systems and their hiring systems, their recruitment systems, their training systems to accommodate disabled people and inclusion and diversity and all of that, which is fantastic. But many people, to tell the truth, are a little bit apprehensive still about hiring deaf people because of the language issue. Just now somebody asked me, how does somebody know whether it's A-P-P-L-E is Apple? How does he know? Well, quite frankly, I don't know either, but he knows it, don't worry. So the issue here is understanding the deaf perspective, understanding the deaf language acquisition processes, how they acquire language, how we acquire language, and how they acquire language, and what is the difference. So there's a little sensitization program, training program, will help you understand all those things. I don't want to get in that situation today. What I want to do is give you, I introduce you to a very unique person in our midst today, who is the pioneer for tech for deaf. This is Mr. Arun Sarwal. He's part of the Red Cross Innovations team for many years, and has been running an organization called Signable for the past 4 years in India, which gives you tech access for deaf people, interpreter access via technology, literally in your pocket. So from my journey of being thrown on the ground by commandos in 93, in 23, we've got an interpreter in your pocket, literally. So I'm going to let him do his thing, explain all these things to you, and I'd like to ask you, Mr. Sarwal, please take the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sarwal's not going to come to the stage on his own. So you've already met her, Rukmani. And we together are Signable. I just wanted to say, first of all, just starting off, thank you very much, everybody, for being here. I know you've heard it many times, but I'm really grateful that there are corporate people here. It's been a long journey for us to get them, and I'm glad to see that you're already doing your own initiatives and listening. The journey for me began about 5 years ago, and just like maybe other people in the room, I had never met a deaf person. I didn't know anything about deafness. I kind of knew there was a sign language, but that was the extent of my understanding. So it's been a long 4 or 5 years journey, but Rukmani was employee number 1. So before we brought in the experts, before we brought in everybody else, just to understand what is deafness, what are people who are deaf like, what is sign language about, who are the deaf, where are the deaf, what do they know, what do they not know, what do they like, what do they not like, what is deaf culture. None of this we knew when we started. We were certainly supported by people like Mohan and many others in the room to try and get our feet, but actually it's Rukmani who started this process. And Rukmani had one thing that she would always say, is that we, the deaf, are equal to everybody. We are better than many other people, but the one thing that we don't have is communication. And if you can provide communication, then you do 101 things. And that's what we concentrated on. That's what we started with. Not about jobs, not about the orientation, nothing. It was just about one thing, trying to get the communication right. Now, Arun introduced me as the tech for deaf person. I know nothing about tech. Yeah, I really know nothing about tech, which is why I can't actually show you, directly the use of this program. But I hope what you've been able to do during the day is just understand here. You're seeing something new here. You're seeing people on a screen. This person could be 100 miles away interpreting for the deaf. If you go back, we have the experience zone. And all you have to do is sit down on one of those chairs, and on the press of the button, you have an interpreter. I have an interpreter on the press of a button here. It's just that they can't put it on the screen. I feel very bad here after having done this for years, not to be able to show it to you, but here we go. Yeah. Have you got a camera you can just project this? I mean, so basically, as you can see here, I just press a button, and an interpreter comes on the screen. Yeah? I have a camera here which is not working. And so this is what we have. We have it in over I think it's about 100 different places in the Amazon system. There are exactly this. There's a computer, a kiosk. People go press a button, and immediately you have an interpreter on the screen. So what we say is that just at the press of a button, anywhere, anytime, you can have an interpreter. And that's what we were trying to accomplish.
Yes, as Tarun sir said, yes. So I was a deaf person, and he always brings an interpreter to talk to me, and I say no to that. And he's like, how do I communicate? It's hard, right? But being a deaf person, it's very easy to talk to a hearing person, and being a deaf, it's hard to just see them, just keep talking. And I always have to remind, people saying, I am deaf. So we shouldn't be, dependent on the interpreter. So app is very useful, We have an interpreter, and then we equally, support each other, and we equally work together and communicate. And I feel included when that happens. So I think everybody would feel the same. If there's no accessibility, the deaf people will feel, okay. They'll just exclude themselves from your group. So there are we always say inclusive, but actually, we do not have inclusive system. I'm very happy and grateful for the opportunity. He knows sign language. He's like my friend, he's a CEO, but he's like my friend. So he will explain you about the app. So any problems, or I can understand his problem, he can understand my problem through this app. So we can talk to each other through this app. So I think we have changed the app 5 times, and successfully we have the accessibility and in everything. Thank you so much, Tarun sir.
Was actually the app on a desktop. But in fact, the way that we developed it was we developed it for a phone. So quite a few people maybe in the room are already subscribers to this service. You basically have a phone, and you have several options in the phone. You can call an interpreter face to face. So if I press this button, if you can just come and go there. If I press the button, I can just call an interpreter. We have 15 languages. So we have trained 150 interpreters, with the help of Asli, who are around the country, from Kashmir to Kerala to Tamil Nadu. And then they have shifts, and you can just call for any interpreter on this thing. You press the button, and within about 15 to 70 seconds, you will have an interpreter come. So literally, as a deaf person, you can carry the app with you, and wherever you go, you want to speak to somebody face to face, you can just have that, and the interpreter comes. The interpreter will talk in the language that you've asked for. So if you're in rural Karnataka, they'll speak in Kannada, or if you're in Punjab, they'll speak in Punjabi, or whichever language you ask for. Are they there? Yeah. No, this is terrible. No, it should be working anyway. It's not that bad. It's a very low bandwidth. No, okay. Okay, so here you have the interpreter, and the interpreter would speak to you. You can say anything. No. Why didn't... So the interpreter would, speak to another person. Shaji, if you can show one of the first videos, we can see maybe that happened.
First time he's joined there, I really surprised to see the contacts and the signable work here. I'm very happy. Thank you, Signable. Thank you so much.
It's as simple as that. And as I said, you can have it in whichever language you want, yeah? And this is just a consumer version. These are deaf people. These are deaf people who are paying for a subscription and using the service because it's so important for us, for them. Now, what we've been trying to do to talk to companies is saying that if you have deaf employees, just buy this for them. It's not a lot. We charge them, we get a subsidized raise for them, but we literally charge them 100 rupees for 30 minutes of interpretation time. And that's why we have 25,000 users. Yeah, 25,000 people have downloaded the app and are using it, and we get several thousand calls a day. Yeah, so this is a continuous thing. But what we've not been able to do is to get the corporate sector, necessarily to buy in. It's such a simple solution. It's at the touch of a button. You can have it in so many languages. It's cheap as chips. Yes? So when we talk about, the problems of starting this up, it's not such a big deal. This is, the cost of nothing. This is the cost of a conference for your whole year. So there is a lot about how you prepare people, how you orient them, etc. But the technology does something different, because all of a sudden, the person who you don't know how to speak to is actually speaking to you, and I recognize the human being behind there. And that is the thing. Shaji, can you just show an example of a video? I think this is a video about supposedly a teacher and a deaf mother. As soon as I come on, all the tech goes. Okay, I think you get the idea. The interpretation stopped for some reason. Yeah, okay, all right, we're back. Okay, so I think you can see in a corporate environment, in a work environment, in a medical environment, in an office environment, walking around, this is really useful. You can use it on the phone, as you could see. You can use it on the desktop that I wasn't able to show you. Now, I want to move to a second use of the app. So I just wondered if somebody can give me their telephone number. Anybody want to give me their telephone number? 9986. Wait, just a moment. 25? 555. 3, 2. Just read it back.
9986 555 352.
And your name, sir?
Sam.
He's speaking English, it's okay. I think. So again, it'll take about 15 minutes to connect. 15 seconds to connect. You should receive a call. Is she coming? Did you receive a call?
Can you see me? Can you see me?
Sorry, we're having connection problems.
Can you see me, sir?
Nothing. Sorry, that's very embarrassing.
Also, there's a golden breakage and I cannot be clear. The video is that.
Let's just. Yeah? There's no network. There's network back there. Okay. Okay. We'll just keep on trying this call. Try some. So what we have is the desktop solution, and we've got the phone solution. And basically, what hopefully we'll see soon, is that that's a long distance call. So somebody is calling, and there's a long distance call. So a lot of people, in fact, we find that a lot of deaf people live in cities, and they call home. And all these calls are done long distance. So it's not just having an interpreter in your hand, it's actually being able to make long distance phone calls as well. And we also have a conference solution in that. Now, people said, oh, do we have to download the app? Do we have to get a desktop, et cetera, et cetera? And in fact, that wasn't the case. Again, we were trying to make everything possible. So we developed this, and this is a QR code. Now I'm going to distribute 6 of these QR codes, and I'd like one person in each group to use the QR code and try to make a call, and you'll get 6 different interpreters on. You take one? Yeah. So just press the QR code, and then you'll get something. It's a bit slow, but and just follow the instructions. They'll ask you to join a meeting, put your name down. Oh, nobody got network. Huh? You have some network? Okay. Okay. You got somebody? You've got one? You got one? You got one? You got one? You got one? So even if you don't have any of you don't have a desktop, uh, you don't have the app, you can still get an interpreter on the phone. All you need is a QR code. And what we are thinking about is in all locations, like hospital locations, like school locations, like other locations, you can just go and get the interpreter. You can see that we have many interpreters on, but in each location, I mean, say we put this on a pharmacy, yeah, they would get only they would get an interpreter from that location. It's not that you will get interpreters from everywhere. So, this is actually a service that in terms of communications, it's fast, it's quick. Yes, there are probably network problems like we're having in this room, and that's the same as you would get in a WhatsApp. But it's an extraordinary ability to actually make the whole problem of communication go away. So the question then is that once you do this, now, as I said, we have 13 deaf people in the organization. And quite honestly, you forget, you genuinely forget that there are deaf people working in the organization. Because whether you're talking to them on Zoom, whether you're talking to them on our platform, you are just talking to them as if they're ordinary people. And then the personalities come, and then you realize who they are, then they become people in their own right. So a lot of the sense of difference that people perceive at the beginning when they meet a deaf person is often because they're feeling uncomfortable because they don't know how to communicate. And I always say that the technology does a lot to move that, and the rest all follows. Yeah, I think it was, it was Roy who was talking this morning about having his friend. Yeah, you learned sign language, right? And therefore, your friend was able to communicate with you, you were able to communicate with him, and that became a real relationship. What we find now with the technology is that we enable this. And as I said, we have 25,000 deaf people who have bought the platform. But there are only 5% of that 25,000 who are hearing people. And what my request is that if you do know deaf people, if you are in companies that are employing the deaf, the burden should shift. It's not only that you don't have to learn sign language anymore. All you have to do is pay a small little fee, and you can be the one calling them. Because I still find it difficult to understand that if a mother wants to talk to their child, the child has to call the mom. I find it difficult to understand, because now the mom can call the child, and that must be the right way to go. So I just want to stop there and see if anybody has any questions. Sorry, it's been a disaster, but, of a demo, but it does work. We have been using it. We get, a lot of support. We've just done an independent an independent survey, and we've got really very, very good results. It's quite a game-changing technology in the sense that people are not able to do things like open bank accounts, go to the doctors, etc. They're beginning to do that. But there are also a lot of personal stories. Of course, we don't listen to them, but we ask our interpreters what people are talking about, were there any events, and we hear about the police, we hear about family issues, we hear about marriages, we hear about all of these things which are real and which are very complicated things in many ways. But because the hearing and the deaf haven't been able to speak to each other before, they are never able to resolve them. So that's what we've seen. Yeah.
Just seeing what you're showing just now, I think there's another use case which is one of customer support. So if a company has a call-in line today, a deaf person cannot call in and log a complaint. So it is in the interest of the company to have this on their website for deaf people to call in for support.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear your question, sorry. Just, yeah.
So if you are a person who can hear, you will call up a company's support line and get support. What does a deaf person do? So this is a good service to embed in their website for calling support for the deaf.
No, absolutely. I mean, the other thing that we've been trying to do, and we have it, I don't know, can you just show our website on here? If you can just show our website. So there are two things. One is that we convert everything into sign language, yeah? So anything that is written, because again, a lot of people don't understand that 88% of deaf people in India are literate or semi-literate. So what happens is that they'll come to a website, and you may have spent millions of, thousands of pounds, doing it up, but the deaf couldn't really access it. Here, if you look at this website, where you see that there are hands, can you go to where there are hands? And you press that, then whatever is written there, just is in sign language. And you go throughout the website, you'll find that, every section, if you just go down and just find another set of hands, you'll find that every section has a set of hands. And, when you press them, again, you'll get something. So this is, something just to make something which you spend a lot of money on. It's very important to your company. You're talking about being inclusive, but make your websites inclusive. Yeah, it's a very, very simple thing. The second thing is, just like you did just now using this QR code, yeah, it says signable in the middle. Yeah, you just put this, we will give it to you. You put this on your website, and what do you have? You have a chatbot in sign language. It's just that. I mean, you can cut it out and go and stick it on your website, and this can be on your app. Swiggy can be using this. Uber can be using this. Everybody can be using this. But people are still not convinced about the need for doing it. And there's nothing to be done. What we say is that we don't actually make you download a big program or whatever it is. That's all it is. And so, I do hope that you see that it's not such a big deal. It starts at a different edge. It uses technology. But suddenly, people become alive, and possibilities happen. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done. I do understand in the orientation, in the onboarding. But when you do this, it becomes so much easier. So I hope that, it's a small room here, and I know we're on YouTube Live. Yeah, we've been on YouTube Live all day, yes. And we've had quite a lot of visitors. But if, we can, as part of this group, also talk about what is possible in making workplaces inclusive for deaf, that would be fantastic. Thanks. Any questions before I leave? No? Okay, all right, thanks. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Sorry? Okay.
A very big clap for the signable. Yes, actually it is very, very useful. So my husband works in a university, so university college. So every time he has a meeting, he is unable to understand. He has this communication barrier. And he calls to the signable application and he understands the problem and concerns of the meetings through that interpreter. So my husband was like so satisfied, here by using this video relay service. So, and also in Bhopal, we are actually planning to, partnership signable with an hospital so that, anytime you have an operation or anything, so you get to know your concern, your health concern through an interpreter in a call, So sometimes we, hesitate, but the interpreter will just keep signing without seeing you. But you, at the same time, you will know your health concerns. And then anytime you go for an NGO, I work and I have a webinar and I call an interpreter. Interpreter says, I don't have time, I have exams, this, lot of excuses. An idea is that, we have B2B, signable B2B service, which I can use through a desktop. So I go to a general GM and then I talked to that person through an interpreter and he was astonished. He was like, whoa, okay. And then he started talking to an interpreter and then that interpreter signed to me. So I gave him that awareness. So deaf people can be independent. That's what he understood. I don't have to be dependent. I can be independent carrying the app in my handbag. So I request you all to please partnership with Signable to give the accessibility and help deaf people become independent instead of depending on the interpreters, offline interpreters. Thank you. Okay, so question from the audience is that in Signable, so is it 24/7? Can I call in the night time also?
We do a 24/7 service for companies who ask for it. Yeah, in this case, they have dedicated interpreters. Yeah, they have dedicated interpreters of 24/7 because they're working all day, then we do that. At the moment, we start our service at 8 o'clock in the morning and we finish at 10 o'clock at night. And we do Mondays to Saturdays, yeah? And then Sunday is off, yeah? But as I said, we're not using all our interpreters yet. We have, we're using about 35 interpreters, but we have 150 trained. And what we're doing is we're hoping for the demand to build, because an interpreter, normal calls are actually about 2.5 minutes long. So we have a lot of supply, when what we need is the demand. It was a bit like Uber, when Uber started. You had lots of taxis, and you would get a taxi like that. Now it's a very, very different situation, yeah? So, but what we do need, is a lot of people creating demand. So, at the back of the room, there are computers. I couldn't show mine on the screen, but the interpreters are there. So if you have not had the opportunity to talk to a deaf person, we have deaf volunteers here as well. And please try and use that. If you are thinking about recruiting people, the first time you've never spoken to a deaf person, just go and use them. They're back there, and there are interpreters on, so you can do that. Yeah?
Thank you so much.
We have good network connection, but what about the village and that schools
Well, when people download an app and they use it, we can see in real time when they're calling from, and we know how many people are calling from different parts of the country. We have 330 locations from which people are calling. So this goes down quite a lot. But you're right, it seems that there's not as much good coverage in rural areas. From what I've personally experienced, where there is geo, geo is quite a good network in rural areas, and most of the people who are in rural areas are using that. So 330 locations. There are names of places I have never heard of because they're all there. And I don't know if you can show it. If you look at my analytics, we can actually see all the calls that are taking place from different parts of the country in real time. Yeah. But where are you from? Where are you from?
I'm from Bangalore. Okay. Thanks for that.
So you have good connection.
Yeah, I have connection.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
My God, it's been an amazing day. Huh? Who will agree and say, this has been some kind of a day, like an amazing day? Come on, guys, seriously. Right? Is it amazing day, I said. It's been an amazing day. We learned, I don't know what all we learned from people, and we had Arjun awardees on stage, and somebody who met the Secretary General, my goodness, some amazing people on board. At the end of a conference like this, usually everybody has the last session and they have thank you, vote of thanks, etc., and everybody goes home. We wanted to change that a little bit. So I got people to think about it. What should we do? What should we do now? We did a lot of things all day. We learned about technology. We saw all the different applications. We've heard from deaf people. We've heard from corporates. We've heard from the NGO sector. I thought maybe somebody could come on board and summarize, if that's the right word, or distill the learnings from the day. What can we really take home? That we came here, okay, we had fun, we met people, we networked, we had some idli dosa story with Pratna. But then, what did we take home? What are we going to take home now? Where to from here? That's why I put it on the agenda. So where to from here? Okay, now we came, we know everything. Now what? So for this, I've asked our keynote presenter, Ms. Rashmi, to distill the learnings of the day and deliver to us what she feels is the essence of what we have done today, something we can take home and something that's going to be valuable lifelong, pretty much. So Rashmi, if you don't mind, if you could come up and join me.
The sign? Thank you. There were so many fantastic nuggets of information today. I don't think I'll do justice, but I've captured a lot of notes. And I know there would be some things for each one of you over here. So what I'd like you to do is, at the end of my summary, to actually make a commitment, even if it's one thing that you would do. That is a commitment. And usually we make New Year resolutions, right? How many of you make New Year resolutions here? Yeah? And by the 25th of January, it's usually broken. So we're going to change it and make a resolution on the 25th of January to see if we can continue that to the 1st of next January. Yeah? I think what really stood out for me, the first thing about diversity being a barcode, that was a very interesting analogy. Did everybody get that piece around how diversity is a barcode? So we'll coin that under Arunisms and see how that can take forward. The panel was very interesting, right? I think what was fascinating was things that many of us take for granted. Accessibility in hospitals, accessibility while playing sports, right? You think you don't have to talk or hear anything when playing sports, but we heard completely different stories. We also saw some of the life experiences, right? And none of us have gone through that. And I think that was the beauty of how each one of us has certain privilege, but the privilege is invisible to the person who has it, right? It does make sense if you look at it from even sign language. We know about Indian Sign Language, then someone spoke about American Sign Language, then they said International Sign Language. So how do you communicate if there are so many different aspects of language that's coming out, right? That was quite interesting to note. The video release service, first time I'm hearing, thanks to our dear friend here, who went to the UN, found out something like this, and then brought it back here. So I think that was another fascinating experience that we can learn from. Leon experience of being a hearing person, actually doing a lot of onboarding, recruitment, working with Enable India, really spoke about the aspects of discrimination. And I think that is one word that we sometimes forget about when we talk about discrimination of hearing people versus hearing impaired. We spoke about communication in multiple languages. So it was, the panel itself was so diverse. They all had very different experiences, and each one taught us something quite unique, and I think that was the beauty of that story. I hope I can understand my own handwriting. I think what was beautiful about the next panel was tapping deep for solutions. I loved what Wipro is doing, a long journey, and they're not looking at stopgap arrangements. They are looking at a path that is quite long. They made sure that they invested. So money is so important here, right? You need to invest in experts who can support you. You need to invest in educating people. And you also need to invest in time, because it's not a one-stop shop. You need to continue this dialogue year on year, because it's never a destination. It's a journey that all of us are going through. So I really liked that. I liked how they have reasonable accommodation. Also the tech dictionary. I think Roy will share with us about the technology dictionary, which is a fascinating topic, because a lot of us are looking at technology as the next source of livelihood. I think another point that they spoke about was the CEO's endorsement. So how many companies out here have their CEOs being the sponsors for the disability agenda? Anybody here? Yeah, a few hands, great. I think a few more of the CEOs joining the bandwagon will really help us in this journey. I loved how Amazon has partnered with Signable, and they are working to make sure that their shop floors are safe, but also inclusive, because communication is seamless with the help of an app. While they started off with in-person interpreters, they're now using Signable to ensure that they're able to reach a lot more folks. I think that's very, very important. And I think that also translated into their learning as well as their infrastructure facilities, which is so important when we look at accessibility completely. I liked what Prarthana spoke about. When she spoke about disability, she said there were two things that is really important. First is awareness, and the second is access. If people don't have access, be it to education, be it to interpreters, be it to language, then they're not able to continue with their journey. And awareness was something that Prarthana felt was so important, be it in corporate or in the public sector. So she spoke about working, in the traffic signals where there was awareness sessions that happened. I know she did sessions in the police station, in the hospitals, etc. So how can you engage and create awareness? She also spoke about small things that you can do. It could be your employee engagement activity. It could be a CSR initiative. It could be your supplier diversity initiative. Different ways to engage. There is no one dictionary answer for it. Different ways. I think that was really amazing. Rama gave us tons of information around accessibility. I mean, those accessibility audit itself looks daunting, but I feel that is basic human rights, and that needs to be covered by all organizations as well as the public sectors. So I think that was really important. She spoke about how deaf features in the RPWD Act. And she also spoke about how physical as well as communication is considered as barriers. So these barriers needs to be removed if a company has to comply with the act. And she also spoke about how deaf and hard of hearing are both covered under that aspect. Discrimination, she spoke about how discrimination is also when you're not providing reasonable accommodation to deaf. That means that it is a form of discrimination, so compliance can be featured over there. Accessibility audit is mandated by law, so that was, I think the most important takeaway for me has been around the accessibility audit and how important it is for companies to comply with that. There was a good conversation around career paths. Was there any question around it that came to your mind when you heard about career path, performance management? Anything? Even if it's a thought, please do share. The first thing that came to my mind was, are we as organizations actually tracking the career path of our people within the organization, be it hearing impaired or others? When I mean tracking, I'm asking you to look at whether a person was promoted on a regular basis or were they not promoted but given added responsibility, right? So that's so important, because you might give a designation to a person, but if you don't give them that particular promotion that is needed, the salary that is needed along with that, then it is not equitable promotion. So that is something we need to focus on for everybody in the organization. We had some really good examples from Noor, Saran, and Rajni ma'am on their own journeys. And I think it was quite interesting, right? We saw a manager of 16 people, also an Arjuna awardee. And then we also saw individuals who worked in 2 or 3 different organizations until they landed the right space. One thing that I took away from both Noor and Saran's story was that you have the right to make the decision to either stay or leave an organization, because you are the talented person there. If you feel that the organization is not the right one for you, you have every right, like anybody else, to make that decision for yourself. And I really am proud that they did that. I also loved the fact that Noor and Sarun took the opportunity to train others within their team. It's a fun way of bonding. It's also a very interesting way for you to be inclusive of that poor hearing person who doesn't know your language, right? So just share the knowledge, share the joy, and you don't know how magic will happen, right? And Rajni, thank you so much for sharing how you have a team and all the fun things that you do with your team, as well as you continue to focus on your sports and your personal hobbies as well. I think that was really great. I loved the fact that we also focused on impact. Many a times we'll do a lot of things, but we don't measure the impact, right? And I'm going to talk D&I language now. In D&I, when we talk about impact, many a times it's numbers. How many people, what did you do with so many people, and stuff like that. But I also feel that impact can be measured from our employee surveys. Impact can also be measured from the success stories that you have within your teams. Also, impact can be measured by how you have reverse mentoring. For example, if you have Sarun here mentoring the CEO of ANZ, that is a fantastic opportunity for the CEO to learn about Sarun, the challenges Sarun has, and also the success that Sarun has had. So they can be more included in decision making in future as well. So I think some of these were really fascinating aspects that came out. The last aspect that I loved was Tarun sharing about Signable. I never knew that we have an app like this that can be used anywhere. The first time he said a desktop application, I said, okay, people who have a laptop can use. And he said people you can use it on a phone as well. So that means you can use it anywhere. And many of us have smartphones. And after COVID, a lot of folks in our villages also are using smartphones. So it doesn't stop us from using that. And the multiple uses that this has, I mean, 100 rupees for a 30-minute conversation is not something that we can say is expensive. We'll spend more than this at a Starbucks for a coffee, right? So if organizations invest in something like this, then imagine the amount of inclusion it can have, right? So I think technology really helps us, but it can only open the door for a certain period unless mindsets also play a role in this. So I think this was all that I took as notes from the session. And if there's one thing that I will take away from this today is, not one thing, actually I have three things. One is to revisit the accessibility audit for Dentsu. The second is looking at Signable as an app for us at Dentsu. And the third is to revisit our training around people with disability. We started off last year focusing on that. We did a fun sign language exercise. We had Giftable come in and do some employee engagement. A lot of people were interested, so we're going to continue that this year with leadership training and basic awareness on why are we even talking about this. So I think it's a long journey for all of us. If any of you have any points that I have left out, please feel free to share. If you'd like to sign, we'll have someone interpreting for us. Any pointers I missed? Do you want to add anything?
I think Rashmi did an unbelievable job. I didn't even remember all this stuff happened today. Thank you, Rashmi. It's been amazing. I want to call for a summary of and his own experiences to other people today. One is Mr. Mohan Sundaram, well-known head of the Disability NGO Alliance. Would you come up on stage, sir, please? So just check your mic. Is it on? Hello.
Hello, hello. Hi. All right. So somebody is going to be interpreting?
Sorry?
Who's somebody will interpret? Yeah, okay.
Who's somebody? Mic, so she'll interpret.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I thought what Arun had said was something to do with the summary and where do we go from here. And where do we go from here, right? I come from the space of assistive technologies, which I've been doing. I started that in 2015 when we did an event with Arun, right? And after that, I went to build an incubator to help startups build technologies for the disabled. I also run a network of NGOs in the disability space. And when I looked at what was happening all along and Arun said, what do we do? Where do we go from here? Right? And that is a question. Where do we go from here? So the first thing that strikes me is that in many cases, in a lot of industries, for example, India is leapfrogging generations, whether it is electronics, or it is telecom, or retail, or any other thing. We may have been about 100 years behind the US, but we're leapfrogging and we're cutting down and we're closing the gap with respect to the rest of the world in terms of where we are. Right? Unfortunately, this has not happened when you come to diversity. And that is something that is not understandable. We're good at learning from others, but we've not learned this from the rest of the world well enough to say, can we leapfrog? Right? I think the time, the talent, and the attitudes are right to leapfrog. All it takes is that extra push for us to leapfrog. The other aspect that is sort of what I've seen in my experience is that there's a lot of unconscious bias towards disability. People intend well, they intend good, but they come with inbuilt biases. It's very difficult for you to understand those biases. I'll just take one example, not that I want to point out something, but when Anand was talking about impact and all that, he was talking about inclusive versus responsive, right? I don't know how many of you noticed the next sentence. He said inclusive means you have the power to grant. Responsive means that you're doing something out of your need to do it. The next statement said, how accommodative are we of the disabled? It goes back to a feeling of power. And that is an unconscious bias. I would not say he did it consciously, but it's an unconscious bias. Until all of us get rid of this unconscious bias, you are not going to take the right step forward. Whether we like it or not, today there is a feeling of power being bequeathed to those without disability, with very little agency for those with disability. I heard some people talk about, oh, we will get JDs done, we will look at jobs, and we will look at it being saying, what is it that the disabled can perform? And I'm sorry, I want to ask this question. Who are you to ask, tell, or think about what a disabled can or cannot do? How do you know what he or she can do or cannot do? Have you involved them to ask them what is it you can or cannot do? I don't think so. We're all talking about mindsets, but we've not spoken about this part, where policy decisions or anything else that is taken for people with disability has to be taken in consultation and by people with disability, and that is absent. Absolutely absent. And from my own experience and the experience of a lot of others that I would have seen, I came in the world of assistive technologies to be able to provide an equal platform for people with disability to compete with people who are able-bodied or normal. Okay? The kind of intelligence and intellect that I have seen amongst the disabled, you provide them a platform which gives them a level playing field. Many of them will outperform those who are able-bodied. And those who are able-bodied will be at a real question to say, am I doing as well as I can as somebody else? But the fact is those opportunities are far and few between. Right? It is true that some organizations have seen the benefit. We had Rashmi talk about a business case. There is a huge business case for having people with disability. Person from Wipro and more so the person from Amazon said that the attrition of the overall team came down drastically with just injecting a few people with disability. Right? So I think the able-bodied have more to gain than the disabled when you put them in the same environment. And if there is an appreciation of that, I think all attitudes and mindsets will change. And it's actually from that angle that I would say the title of this conference is not right. You're not empowering the deaf. You should talk about empowering the organization through disability and not the other way around. Right? So what do I see for the future? I will borrow Martin Luther King's words. I have a dream. I certainly have a dream. It is true, in spite of all the steps that we've taken and everything else that we see today, I can't see a corporate leader with disability. I can't see a person who is deaf on the top of the hierarchy. I have seen more people who are either visually impaired or locomotor impaired at senior levels of management than those with deafness. The principal reason is communication. My opinion, my belief, is the lack of communication has resulted in lack of opportunities for them to grow commensurate to what they can achieve on their own. My dream is to have a CEO who is deaf and speech impaired, a person who can go and talk to a customer and expect the customer to be able enough to communicate with him and not the other way around. It is not for others to accommodate the deaf, but others to know that the deaf are a large population. If you had a deaf customer, as an organization, you say, I must talk in their language, so all my people should be ISL capable. And it is when that happens that you will see real change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohanji. That was truly enlightening. And I thank you for reminding all of us about that word able-bodied, which I'm going to talk about now in a minute. Joseph Shapiro wrote No Pity in the 70s. He talks about the disability rights movement in America, civil rights movement, parallel to the black movement with Martin Luther King. And they said, disabled people those days just call them, so who's this? Oh, he's just a tab friend of mine. Where are you going? I'm going to dinner with some tabs. Like this. Somebody asked, what is this tabs you're saying? It says temporarily able-bodied. Temporarily able-bodied, because one day you're going to get a stick, one day you're going to get a crutch, one day you're going to have a wheelchair, one day you're going to get glasses, one day you're going to get a hearing aid, one day you're going to get something else, assistive technology to help you out. Temporarily you're able-bodied. When I did the United Nations UNCRPD laws to be merged with the Indian laws, harmonization was given to me to look at deafness and how deafness is impacted in the laws. So I scanned through 70 acts and wrote 1/4 of a book called Harmonizing the Laws. In there, everywhere it says able-bodied, sound body, sound mind, almost every single law says that sound of body and mind. So if you're not sound of body, it's assumed your mind also is not sound, and therefore you're not able to do contracts, you're not able to do this, your witness is corrupted. There's so many ways in which these laws are to be changed. So that was a good word. I remember that word, and thank you for reminding me about tabs. Remember, guys, we're all just tabs. There's one more person here today, ex-editor of The Hindu. I did not think he was going to make it, but he is here. And he said it's the first time he's been to a conference for the deaf, only for the deaf, and he's blind. So I'm going to call Gary up on stage, a dear old friend of mine. We go back long, long years with Javed and myself. And one of them, he said, "Can I say something for 2 minutes?" I said, "Sure, come and say something." So I hope you don't mind, please.
Thank you very much, Arun. I really do not have much to add after that very eloquent articulation of the case by Mr. Mohan Sundaram. But since Arun has asked me to speak, or rather I asked to say a few words, I want to share something. I have not been part of the disabilities movement in this country at all. I, as a student in Chennai and in Delhi, have attended a few conferences or meetings of people with only blindness. It was through Javed Abidi I got more engaged with the disability sector, and especially the cross-disability sector. And when Arun asked me to be part of this conference, I very readily agreed, because a month or two back, Tarun and Arun conducted a webinar on the same subject of the issues, the challenges before the deaf and the hard of hearing. I don't want to be politically correct in the language that we use. I'm very happy nobody used the specially challenged and specially abled today. I'm very, very, very happy about that. So I was telling them, both Tarun and Arun, after the webinar, and today it's been the same experience. I have learned so much about my fellow disabled brothers and sisters that I have not learned all these 60 years. And what is worse, I went to 2 educational institutions in Madras, both schools for blind and deaf children, right? The Little Flower Convent for the blind and the deaf, the St. Louis Institute for the deaf and the blind. The blind and the deaf students there in those 2 institutions, we almost had nothing to do with each other. I think all that the blind students there, we all knew about the deaf students, was that they were great athletes. They were very good at sport, football, hockey, badminton, and so on and so forth. And I think the only thing the students with deafness knew about the blind people perhaps was that, oh, these blind boys are good at singing. I think this is all there must have been, knowledge sharing, if you want to call it that, in those days. So I'm truly delighted that we are here today, and I've really taken a lot from you guys since morning. And around 2 o'clock or 2:30 after lunch, I asked Rama, whom we've been very fortunate to know for over 30 years, I asked her, how come I don't hear very much of applauding here? Then she said, everybody's signing their applause, and she showed me how to do it, something like this. So Rashmi, I think, said, what are the resolutions you're going to make from today, from this conference? Rashmi, I want to learn a little sign language. I know, I may not be very good at it. Yes, Arun will teach me that, but I'm truly thrilled. The spirit around this place is really electrifying, and I'm not exaggerating, mind you. The human connect. I just want to make one last point. Okay. Arun says, shut up.
He's been making points for ages on it. You get some points off of you and they're on the stage.
Well, like you, I also like to hear my voice. Anyway, so I think we should have more such engagements. It's been very, very, very enriching. And thank you very much, each one of you. Thank you.
There's a ramp here, Gary. I think we've really heard a lot from everybody. People are losing it, I'm sure. I just have if you don't mind, Roy, come up and give away some gifts to everybody. Roy is the Santa Claus today. So we'll start with the deaf speakers. Deaf speakers. Mr. Nurullah. Can I have an interpreter on stage? May I have an interpreter on stage with me, please? Martha, you want to come up, please? Yeah, while we're young. Oh no, we're going to buy a beer. Come. Interpret, Mama. Interpret. When I say interpret on stage, they're coming like Nurullah. Can I have Mr. Nurullah on stage? Nurullah, Saju, Preeti. A small gift for everybody. Sareen is here as well. Ranjani. Sareen is not here. Sareen. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate your help, support. Thank you. Now we have our fantastic speakers. Would you say the speakers were amazing? Can you stand by the podium? The speakers were all amazing. Huh? Should we give a big applause to the speakers? All the speakers. So, see who's here. It's everybody. Rashmi. Huh? Prarthana. Rama. Leon. Leon is here. Where's Leon? Leon is here. Pardon? Rama has escaped, is it? My goodness. Give all photo. Okay, this is you take over.
No, he's gone.
He's gone. Then we have one last person to give a gift to, and that is Roy. Okay. As I say, thank you so very much. I've been accused of loving to hear my own voice, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut now. Thank you for coming. God bless you.